The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 regular City Council meeting of May 27th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kaur. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
I'm here.
Councilmember Coleman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Thank you. In keeping with Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on this afternoon agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are also given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and give your completed card to the city clerk. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on this afternoon's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion. Those speakers will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts this meeting may result in expulsion and or the chambers being cleared. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda? Thank you.
Mayor Go, we've received one speaker card regarding items not listed on tonight's agenda. The first public speaker is Olivia Nazerson.
Thank you. And for the record, Councilmember Bashir Tosh entered at 3:32. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello. Dear councillors, I respectfully ask Mr. Clegg to respond to my questions before any vote is taken regarding the proposed sewage rate increase. Mr. Clegg, is there any specific reasons the city has failed or refused to fully respond to my prior request to full disclosure financial information data submitted on May 12, 2025, on March 26, 2026, as outlined in my formal protest to the sewage rate increase, and has not yet complied with my California Public Records Act request submitted on May 15, 2026, requesting detailed financial records for financial years 2015 through 2025, the due date was yesterday. These records are essential for public transparency and taxpayers' ability to independently evaluate the necessity and proportionality of the proposed rate increase. On May 13, Mr. Clegg claimed the budget deficit to justify the sewage rate increase. However, publicly available financial information for fiscal year 23-24 indicates a surplus of $111 million in available funds. This raises substantial questions regarding whether the sufficient financial grounds exist to justify the increase. Moreover, the public has not been provided with the underlying detailed financial statements, supporting documentation, or independent verification of the figures presented. The taxpayers have no meaningful ability to determine whether the number presented accurately reflects the city's actual financial condition. Accordingly, I respectfully request that Council postpone any final vote on proposed sewage rate increase until the city provides complete, full disclosure of the requested financial statements, sewer enterprise fund records, cost breakdowns, and supporting documentation for the year 215 through 225, so that the members of the Council and public may properly determine whether a genuine budget deficit exists and whether the proposed increase is justified, reasonable, and proportional. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please. Or additional speakers for this.
That was our final speaker for non-agenda public statements,
Thank you.
Mayor. Our next speakers list, we have received 5 speaker cards for agenda item 4A. And the first public speaker is Lamar Brandysky.
Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Lamar Curly Brandysky. I've lived at 2801 20th Street for 38 years, and I'm a very proud member of Westchester neighborhood. And I'm here to address your proposed ordinance for the short-term rentals that have become more and more problematic in our neighborhood. Once I knew you were going to have this ordinance, I started investigating, and I don't know if you were able to get my document that shows 30 residences that have are being used as short-term residentials, both through Airbnb and VBRO. I personally have one catty corner from me, and I want to say the owner is very professional. It's a beautiful home. It's well maintained. I haven't had any problems. But I know other homes like that do not have that instance that I do. And I just want to say that Westchester, where your son and daughter-in-law live, it's a very special neighborhood, and we love it. And it's special because it's a quiet residential neighborhood. It is not supposed to have businesses. People have regularly tried to open up businesses there, whether it's an entertainment venue or something else. And that's not what it's for. You know, it's built for homes, it's built for families, it's built to have children playing in the streets. And that's what we want. And I'm just concerned that more and more of the houses are being bought and converted. We have one neighbor here, across her street are Airbnbs. She doesn't have neighbors. And then another neighbor who, the 2 houses on her block are Airbnbs now. And it's becoming like a Disneyland that people love the look and they want to be there briefly, and then they're gone. At night, we don't have neighbors. There's not people we know. And it's that type of turning it into a business when it's a very limited neighborhood of homes. And as more and more of them become Airbnbs, the neighborhood identity is being lost. And I just hope that when this comes to voting in front of a fuller house, that you're not going to table this, and that you're not going to let people water it down. In fact, I think it needs to be stricter. I did notice anywhere in your proposed...
Mr. Brandysky, your time is up.
Okay.
So would you bring your comments to a close? The clerk did provide copies of your email and the photographs to the council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Deborah Newman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Newman, and I reside at 2201 B Street on the corner of 22nd and B Street. I've owned my home since February the 26th of 2019. I came back to Bakersfield after a roughly 8-year absence, wanting to live downtown. I came here originally as a 20-year-old nursing student at Cal State Bakersfield when it was a brand new program, and I always wanted to have a home downtown. I have a lovely place. I've worked very hard at making it even more pretty. Sunk an awful lot of my own savings into it, and I'm that person who has 2 Airbnbs directly across the street from me. Neither one of them look nice anymore, and I would like to go ahead and submit these documents. These are 99 calls for service from one residence only since August of 2023 up until about the end of April, and there have been subsequent calls for service to the police department. For disturbances on that property, restraining orders that are being broken through, and what have you. We all feel very threatened by it, intimidated by the one resident who shouldn't be there. And I can't repeat everything that Lamar had said. I think you all understand that we are very protective of downtown. Mr. Gonzalez had that lovely lighting project. I wish we could have moved it out further across all of downtown. It's very pretty. But I don't feel safe with the Airbnb situation. I understand there's a third one over on C Street that's not surfacing. It's too many. Again, it's a neighborhood. I have neighbors like Rod Munoz, who's wonderful. I have the new neurosurgeon, Dr. Savage, and his family next door. I feel so fortunate to have them as neighbors, but nobody else is really. Everyone else is kind of busy. We do know who we are, but I can't count on these people across the street. I have medical issues, and you know, if I had some kind of a problem in the front yard, I would hope that one of my neighbors would be able to help me address my concerns. I do not view Airbnb people as my neighbors. They are guests in a hotel. It would be like me going to the Padre and introducing myself to everybody who's staying there. I don't view them as neighbors. And I know my time is up at this point, but thank you for listening to me. And do what you got to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. You're welcome. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Veronica White.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Veronica White, and I live downtown near the Racquet Club and Franklin School. Our family has been in the same neighborhood, the same house for over 50 years. Our children played with children in the neighborhood, and we made lasting relationships. The house next door just recently sold. The person who bought it told me initially that she was fixing it up to make it an Airbnb, a short-term rental. We knew the person next to that house. He just recently moved and has made his house into a bustling Airbnb. We feel that there are motels and hotels galore to accommodate short-term visits. What makes a neighborhood desirable? I thought about that. It's relationships. You have a chance to build relationships. And also a sense of community. Community where you belong. Something bigger than yourself. I feel short-term rentals, people going and coming, significantly distract from a neighborhood, a community.
Thank you, Ms. White. Next speaker, please.
Donna Wilmot.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Donna Wilmot, and I have lived in the downtown area since 1978. I live right across the street from a set of 8 lovely one-bedroom bungalows that, as you can imagine, have had many renters over the years. Some I have known by name, some to just wave when I saw them, and a few just by the cars they drove. However, short-term rentals are very different and very detrimental to a neighborhood. There are houses and converted garages that no one lives in. Whoever bought these and rents them seems to want to be in a beautiful, friendly neighborhood, but not part of that neighborhood. At this point in time, my area has a block where one house is a short-term rental, and the one next to it is being upgraded to a short-term rental, which leaves one house on that side of the block who actually has someone living there. That isn't safe. There is no way a neighborhood watch can even work because one just doesn't know if someone should be there or shouldn't be there. Short-term rentals also contribute to the housing shortage. No one actually lives in them. If I had a choice, I would say they should not be allowed. But if they are allowed, they should be supervised and regulated like the hotel motels they really are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilmot. Next speaker, please.
Abdel Dahlia.
Welcome. Please
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
Abdelhamid Dahlia. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a local ER physician. I actually have 2 Airbnbs myself, and I'm kind of proud of the Airbnbs that I maintain. I do understand the concerns that they've addressed, and I think I do really support that there should be reasonable regulations, permitting requirements, and standards that ensure that short-term rentals are operated responsible. Good operators should be accountable for their neighbors and to their community. But I do think that a lot of the issues that are addressed for short-term rentals are overstated. In Bakersfield, there's roughly 500 short-term rentals, and that's in a city of 420,000 people. So the impact that it's having on the community, while I think is still initially overstated, but I think we do need to be aware of it for the time coming in the future. As far as I don't need to say what the impact of short-term rentals onto the community is. It does help with tourism. It helps with the economy. We do help maintain these homes. The houses that I purchased, there were houses that were run down. Nobody was living in them. We ended up cleaning up the house, really making it a part of the neighborhood that's now clean, safe. There was riffraff that would stay there. And now there's a house that's actually occupied, even if it is with a short-term rental. So I think that there's some stability that does help the city of Bakersfield as a result of this presence. I think that we should look at future regulations to be evidence-based, balanced, and address the actual concerns that we can measurable, quantifiably. I do agree that there needs to be regulations, permitting, and maybe some areas to maybe safeguard that these don't get out of hand and that there's standards and practices going forward. But again, I do think some of it's a little overstated. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers for this portion?
Mayor Go, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Reports item 4A, presentation of Chapter 17.74 zoning, enacting regulations for short-term rentals. The presentation will summarize the operating zoning regulations, the revenue and permit fee structure, and its enforcement. A staff memorandum was provided regarding this item, transmitting correspondence received.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Mayor and Council, our Deputy City Attorney, Ms. Yardo King, will provide this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Honorable Mayor, Council members, my name is Vidi King. I'm a Deputy City Attorney with the City Attorney's Office. Both myself and Development Services Director Phil Burns will be presenting to you today the short-term rental ordinance. Just to give you a brief outline on today's presentation, I will be going over just a committee history recap as it pertains to short-term rentals, also known as STRs. We will also cover just an overview of the ordinance generally, and I will be seeking a motion to receive and file the report. As a reminder, the first reading of the ordinance is in your agenda packet today at the 5:15 meeting. So in terms of the STR ordinance and actually the history of the STR topic, the topic itself dates back to about 6 years. In March of 2020, Councilmember Gonzalez made a referral to the Planning and Development Committee for staff to look into the possibility of preparing an STR ordinance. And so in May of that same year, staff gave an STR presentation to the committee. And at the time, the committee was split. There were committee members that were for regulating STRs. There were members that were against it. And ultimately, the item was deferred to a later meeting where we could have a full committee present and also where we were not at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. So fast forward a couple years later, in February of 2024, staff gave a refresher on the STR presentation to the committee. By then, we had new committee members, Vice Mayor Corr and Councilmember Smith. Vice Mayor Corr and Councilmember Smith at the time asked the City Attorney's Office to prepare a red line ordinance, and Councilmember Freeman voted no on that item. So about a year and a half later, again, we keep giving presentation on the STR ordinance, when finally in February of this year, our office prepares a STR ordinance that is now being presented to council for their review. And at that time, Vice Mayor Corr and Councilmember Smith asked that the item be referred to both the Planning Commission and to the City Council for approval. And Councilmember Coleman voted no on moving forward with the ordinance. So what does our Muni Code currently state in terms of short-term rentals? Well, our Muni Code has a permissive zoning code, which essentially means that unless the use is specifically identified in our zoning code, it's prohibited. And so since short-term rentals are not mentioned anywhere in our Muni Code, the position of the city has been that they are prohibited. And so our current process has been that we will get a complaint from the member of the public, usually through code enforcement, and code enforcement will investigate the issue, determine whether a home is being used as a short-term rental. They will then forward the request to the city attorney's office, and our office will prepare a cease and desist letter to that property owner that's on the tax roll. That letter typically just essentially states that they shall cease and desist from using the home as an STR because they are prohibited in the city. And 99% of the time, the property owner will reach out to our office to confirm. Many of them do not know that they are prohibited because, again, they are highly advertised in the city. And typically that ends the issue. We have not had a situation where we'd had to send out more than one cease and desist letter to one property owner. I did look at just the history of how many letters we've sent out in the past 6 years, and we've sent out 22 letters. At the height was in 2020, where we sent out 10 letters. However, that number has decreased substantially as the years have passed. In the last 3 years, we've sent out 1 letter per year. And so, to me, generally speaking, I don't think that the issue is as big as it's portrayed. However, those letters have served its purpose because when we send them out, we don't hear back from those property owners. So in terms of the ordinance itself, the following slide gives you an overview of all the sections of the ordinance. I prepared the draft ordinance based on just a survey of top 10 cities in the state of California, survey cities, and I picked out the requirements that I saw were most relevant or prevalent throughout those ordinances. So generally speaking, those cities do require a permit. They have a permit that expires and is able to be renewed. There are regulations for the STR itself. There are requirements of the operator that seeks that permit. There's an enforcement mechanism. There are fees attached to the STR permit because the STR permit will require that staff investigate, ensuring that the applicant meets all the regulations of the ordinance, including going out to the property and ensuring that it's up to code. And finally, there will be an appeal process, just like we have for any other permit with the city. If the permit is denied or revoked, we would have a process for appealing that. So in terms of the permit requirement, again, the permit would require an application. The application would be available for residential dwelling units, which are single-family homes, and residential development projects, such as apartments and condominiums. You will see in your packet at the 515 meeting that the ordinance has a matrix for apartments and condos. And basically what we did is that we capped 20% of those units in any given building structure would be able to obtain an STR permit. So if you have an apartment complex that has 10 units, 2 of those units would be available to use an STR permit or would be able to apply. And the matrix, it expands as more units are part of the structure. You will also notice that the STR permit excludes ADUs and junior ADUs, and that's actually state law. The state does not allow for cities to issue STR permits to ADUs and junior ADUs. And the thinking process behind that is because of our housing crisis in the state of California. So the state would prefer that those homes, those units, be used as month-to-month or long-term leases as opposed to less than 30 days. So that's why we didn't include junior ADUs and ADUs. We also excluded deed-restricted affordable housing units for the same reason that those are limited to providing long-term housing for affordable housing. We also excluded special group housing residents such as group homes and foster homes, basically youth that live in the foster care system, and single room occupancy. The application will also include a requirement that there be a local emergency contact person that's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that staff can reach out whenever there's an issue with the property, we will require a consent from the property owner. There could be situations where the operator that seeks the permit is not the property owner. So we would ask for a notarized document from the property owner that they are allowing the operator to move forward in using their property as an STR. They can't have any active, pending, or code enforcement actions or fees. The operator will be responsible for confirming that if they live in an HOA, the HOA allows the STR use in the property, and the operator will indemnify the city, and we will include that language in the application. So as I mentioned before, the application process will require that the city send out an inspector, probably code enforcement, to the property itself to ensure that it meets all conditions, that there's no hazardous or unsafe issues. And so during that process, if there are pending issues that where the operator does not meet all the regulations, the operator will be given an additional 45 days to review, meet all the regs, and ultimately get the STR permit. And we will also, of course, require that they obtain a business tax certificate.
Mr. Burns.
So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the expiration and renewal of the STR permit. What's been proposed is a permit that's valid for 1 year. It is not transferable or assigned. It does not run with the land. Thus, if there's a sale of the property, then that new owner would need to come back in and ask for a new permit. The permits would need to be renewed annually. That's assumed that it would be renewed as long as that owner is still in good compliance and is maintaining the standards that we've set. A reinspection may be required. Many cities require inspection 3 to 5 years, so we want to include that opportunity for a reinspection. Also, if the operator accumulates 2 or more citations within a 12-month period, then they would not be able to apply for a new permit for a year. So it's kind of a penalty. So if we don't have a good actor that's managing that property, we want the ability that the penalty is then they can have a permit that next year. The advertisements for the city, they'll have to include the STR permit number and expiration date. So that's one way to validate that the STRs actually have a city permit. It'll also include the max number of occupants. What we have proposed is two individuals per bedroom, not including anyone that's 12 or younger. So it would be basically adults that would be included in that, 2 per bedroom. All STRs, just like any other property, would have to comply with the Bakersfield municipal codes. That includes, noise, loud and unruly events, litter, solid waste, materials, any other relying issue that we apply to other projects. So if it's no different than a month-to-month rental. The STR should include, say, the max number of occupants and the other information that's on the application, like number of bedrooms, any information regarding that property and that rental. And any violation shall be resolved immediately with the city. Now, it's the intent that the management company, and there is a RFP that's out currently, that management company who's handling the RFPs and the permits for us, they would send initial notices. So if there's a violation or if there's an issue, they would attempt to do it administratively. And then if they're not receiving results, then it would roll to code enforcement. Our remedy then would be either an admin citation or potentially work with the attorney's office for a potential suit if it's that egregious. Some of the other items that would be required would be proof of liability insurance. What's currently requested is $1 million liability insurance, and that's a homeowner's liability insurance. It's not renter's insurance. It's for that home, so there's insurance there. And that the STR, the owner would have to pay the TOT of the 12% like any other hotel type use would require. I talked about the violations of any part of the ordinance already and our enforcement. What would include is anyone that's basically providing us false information. If you're going to not provide us information, then that's ability to not issue that permit. We want to make sure that those that are good actors or good property owners, that they have that opportunity, but those that are not, that we have the ability to address those. And any that attempt to advertise before they are permitted, also, that would be considered a violation. And I talked about earlier, violations are subject to our Chapter 140. So we do have the ability to do criminal or civil actions, which would be a misdemeanor citation. I would expect that this type of citation would be more of an admin citation, not a misdemeanor. With that, a future fee would come forward. Again, we're in our RFP process right now on our operator. We need to understand what those operator costs are, and we are requiring an inspection of each one of these particular units. So once we develop that fee recovery mechanism, then we would come back at a future meeting, most likely August, to bring back the actual fees for the STRs. And the appeal would go to the city manager's office. No different than other appeals that we have with the city. For instance, a code enforcement violation, they also go to the city manager's office. With that, staff's recommendation is to receive and file this report and also to approve the first reading of the ordinance that's on the 5:15 meeting agenda. And staff's here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. King, does anyone have further comments before we go to council?
No, Your.
Mr. Clegg?
I don't.
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. One of the speakers mentioned, we need to supervise and regulate these, and that's the whole idea. Is up to this point, we don't have a mechanism to supervise or regulate them, and so this ordinance would give us that ability. Also, I received a constituent interest, and the comment was collecting and paying the tax would be a huge burden. It would be another thing if Airbnb had to collect and remit on our behalf. Is that the idea? Is that the tax is paid through the Airbnb type, or how's that actually going to work? Do you know?
Councilmember Smith, we left the language broad enough so that we have the option of either the individual operator paying the fee directly to the city or paying it through the Airbnb. But I think the preference was for them to just pay the city directly. But either way, we have the options.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, thank you to my constituents and neighbors and friends for many years in Westchester. You can see why Westchester is such a beautiful and special neighborhood with residents like you all who care enough to be here. And Ms. Walters is also here, and very active Westchester resident as well. So thank you so much for being with us this evening and expressing those concerns. I just wanted to echo the point that Councilmember Smith made in that, the whole point of this is to address the current issue, and that is that currently in the city of Bakersfield, short-term vacation rentals are prohibited. They are prohibited. They're not allowed. And yet, we continue to see these vacation rentals pop up in neighborhoods, and we continue to see issues that come about. And this was a referral that I made 6 years ago because of the reality that for the previous 4 years, there had been chronic issues in various different parts of my ward, in Ward 2. Not just Westchester, but other parts of the ward. And so there is a issue. There's a concern that some residents have that a prohibited use continues to exist, and that there is no proactive effort on behalf of the city to resolve those issues. It's all complaint driven. And so really what that does, then it creates this very awkward and I think antithetical framework, right? Antithetical to building community. Somebody mentioned the need to build community. Having neighbors policing other neighbors does not help us build community. In fact, it brings people, tears people apart. And so we need to develop a framework. I think out of the top 10 cities, we're the only ones that prohibit Airbnbs. Is that correct?
I think only Oakland doesn't allow it.
Only Oakland, okay. I did have another question regarding the same question that Councilmember Smith made regarding the TOT collection. I noticed in other ordinances in other cities that they actually just required the platform to collect the TOT. My recommendation is that we include that in our language, that we just strengthen this ordinance from the get-go and requiring these platforms to collect TOT on behalf of the owners, not make it vague. That way, you know, from the start, it's strengthened and we can collect that. And I think it's my sense that those platforms are in a much stronger position to collect the TOT. And then the other question, I had a community member reach out concerned about the liability insurance requirement. I understand this is also something that many other cities require. We set the liability insurance at $1 million, but I'd like us to reduce that to $500,000. I think that within our survey, we found that there was a range of caps. Is that right?
Yes, Councilmember Gonzalez, the range was between 500,000 and $1 million.
Okay. Then if my colleagues don't mind, I'd like for staff to revise that for our ordinance discussion tonight at 5:15. I'll pull the item tonight. But thank you so much to the staff. Thank you to many of the community members, the Bakersfield Association of Realtors, for their collaborative effort to make this ordinance workable. And thank you to all the community members as well for being here this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have flip-flopped on this issue a couple times, so, and I still have some questions. So, to the point of some of the people in Westchester point out, it seems to them that there's an inordinate amount of these Airbnbs in their neighborhood. And so my question is, do any cities have restrictions on the number of Airbnbs that can be in any one particular neighborhood? And are we considering doing any of that?
Councilmember Coleman, there were cities that restricted Airbnbs to certain neighborhoods. There were cities that had a cap on the number of STR permits, essentially because they are high tourist destinations. So, for example, Long Beach has a limit of 800 STR permits, and they have a smaller limit around the coastal area. Other cities did not have a limit on the STR permit. However, they required that the property owner be present in the home when they were renting it out. So that seemed a little awkward to put into the ordinance, so I didn't include that. Other cities limited the number of days they could rent it out on an annual basis, so 4 months out of the year. So there was a variation. And we took the position of just leaving it as broad as possible with the understanding that we could always narrow it down if that's what the council wants.
Okay. On the matter of insurance, I got the same call, maybe not from the same person, but regarding the amount of insurance. And Councilmember Gonzalez mentioned a $500,000 number, which is what the city of San Francisco requires. And if they can, they can get away with it there, we should be able to live with it here. So I guess I wouldn't object to that. Although, just to the record, I inquired about it, and the cost of $1 million liability insurance policy would be about $800 a year. So we're not talking breaking the bank. So, but I think that we should consider it possibly reducing that number if it's going to make a difference. So if somebody could research the difference, that would be awesome. And then the other question was, You're talking about getting a third-party contractor kind of to administer it. And I think we've all kind of talked to those companies before. You know, we talked about having a maximum number of people per room and that kind of thing. Would our contractor be checking the websites for what people are actually advertising and comparing them to what's allowed in that particular city, our city?
Councilman Coleman, that would be part of the contract. They should be managing those ads, so however they've been registered. And also we'll do a inspection. So we will also go out there and verify, is that a 3-bedroom house? Is it a 4-bedroom house? And that's what that ad should show.
And so you guys are going to be doing the inspection, not the third-party people?
That would be correct.
Okay. Because that was another question, because the language was a little vague and maybe misunderstood by some people, that we were going to have a third party that was going to be contracted to do all this, including inspections. And we're not doing that.
Our intent is for city staff to do the inspection, but have a private company that knows how to data mine this information and handle all that other aspects of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Mr. Burns, you mentioned under enforcement that administrative citations could be issued. How do you envision that working? Would that be on a complaint basis if there's an attempt to advertise before permitting? Is there going to be any proactive basis for us?
The details of the rollout really has not been discussed. In a normal scenario, we would give a time frame that, you know, for instance, 2 months to get registered or whatever that number comes down. I would imagine I would be meeting with the city manager to discuss that rollout. And once they exceeded that rollout date, then that potentially could be an admin citation.
Yeah,
Mr. Clegg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. And Phil's right that in particular for the timeline from, advertisement, permitting to advertisement to occupancy. But to your broader question about proactive versus reactive, actually having a third party who looks at this data and has helped to, typically these providers have managed these types of programs in multiple other cities now for many years, and they've learned the ways to identify red flags much quicker than we will on a complaint basis. So there will be proactive data review, and also it's nice to have another entity that's not a burden on our code enforcement to get those first initial complaints and quickly jump on those. And so we'll have both a proactive approach, we'll have access to lots more data, and again, a fairly quick turnaround on those initial complaints, and then really only those escalated issues that need more in-depth follow-up come to us.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Don't see any other requests to speak. We need a receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
You have a motion, please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Council Members Cor and Arias absent.
Thank you. And seeing that we don't have any further business, we stand adjourned at 4:15.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of May 27th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Corr. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
I'm here.
Councilmember Coman.
Here.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for participating in the civic process. Tonight we have the pleasure of having Ronald Burks, a Navy veteran and district chaplain of Veterans of Foreign Wars, California District 6, to offer the invocation. He's a senior vice commander of Bakersfield's VFW Post 10857. Thank you for your service in Vietnam, and we so appreciate your dedicated service. Following the invocation, Brody Pierce, who's a junior at Bakersfield Christian High School, will lead us in the pledge. He's a four-dimension dream builder, and that is a big deal. You only get chosen if you're among the best. Brody's director and advisor, Peggy Rivera, is here. She leads the four-dimension dream builders. Brody has a 4.5 GPA, participating in multiple clubs, including Blood Cancer United, BCHS Theater Department, where he's a stage manager and technical director. He's involved in student leadership at Bridge Bible Church. He's an Honors Academy student, a deaf community interpreter, and an engineering pathway intern with Cornerstone Engineering. So at this time, would you all please stand? And Chaplain?
I'm going to uncover. Basically, my name is Ron Burks. I was born here in Bakersfield, 1949, excuse me. I graduated Bakersfield High School, 1968. Joined the military, and now serving with the VFW. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for being here with us each and every day. We pray, Father, that you will continue guiding us during our deliberations. We pray for our council members, for their safety and their protection, giving them wisdom and knowledge. We thank you, O Lord, for the blessings that you continue to give to us each and every day. We thank you for the choice that you give to us, knowing that we can follow you. And Father, we thank you for reaching out to the veterans who even now are guarding the gates of freedom, continuing to allow us to be free here in the United States. We pray for our government and for all of our government members, Lord. We thank you for all that you do. We praise you in our Lord Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. Brody.
Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, and you may be seated. And Chaplain and Brody, if you need to leave at this time, you're welcome to do that. We'd love you to stay, but whatever you need to do. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos. For safety reasons and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts the meeting may result in expulsion and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, and outbursts from the audience. Madam Clerk, next item, please. And for the record, Vice Mayor has entered at 5:20.
Presentations, item 4A, proclamation to Jeremy Tobias, CEO of Community Action Partnership of Kern, declaring May 2026 as Community Action Month in Bakersfield.
May 2026 has been designated as National Community Action Month, celebrating the nation's 1,000 plus community action agencies. We are so blessed to have our local CAPK partners. CAPK works to connect people to life-changing services and pathways for prosperity across our nation, but locally here, 60 years. 60 years of innovation, impact, and proven records for our community. We are so grateful for your dedicated efforts. I see all three of you and your teams out in our community on a regular basis. Your efforts during our food crisis and particularly during those times when we know that there is a shortage, have been remarkable. Thank you so much for your investment in those who are the most vulnerable in our communities. And tonight, it's my honor to be able to issue this proclamation. Whereas Community Action Partnership of Kern has made essential contributions to individuals and families across Kern County by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities, and whereas CAPK addresses underlying causes of poverty, alleviates the effects, and promotes dignity and self-sufficiency in the community it serves, and whereas CAPK delivered more than 22 million pounds of food across Kern County in 2025 through the CAPK Food Bank, and whereas CAPK operates the Friendship House Community Center and 17 Head Start locations in Bakersfield, tending to children within the community and providing a start to their education. Now, therefore, I, Karen Go, Mayor of the City of Bakersfield, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as National Community Action Month in our city and thank CAPK for its dedicated service to our Bakersfield residents. It's my pleasure to present this proclamation to Jeremy Tobias and his team, and he's going to introduce his team. Thank you so much, Jeremy, and you're welcome to offer some words, and then we'll take a photo together.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Go, council members, and city staff. I'm Jeremy Tobias, CEO of CAPK. I want to thank you for your continued partnership and recognizing Community Action Month here in Bakersfield and Kern County. This sends a powerful message about our shared commitment to supporting families and strengthening our communities. As Mayor Go mentioned, we've been around for about 60 years. CAPK was established in May of 1965, and we operate 19 programs. The mayor mentioned a few of them, so I don't really want to go through all of our programs with you tonight. We offer a lot of programs. I do want to touch on a couple things. This isn't really just about recognizing Community Action Month. I really want to recognize the partnership that the city of Bakersfield and CAPK shares, because it's vital that we partner together to provide the services that we do in the community. And what we try and do is build pathways and long-term stability for our families and the residents of Bakersfield. And we want to move them out of poverty and into self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is the key word in community action nationwide. Our goal is to move people to self-sufficiency. We call it locally here, we call it, living the American dream. We want to help them get there. It doesn't really matter what that dream is. We just want them to be there and be successful and residents of our community. So I'm really here tonight to thank you for the partnerships and working with CAPK and providing these services. I'm going to turn it over to Savannah Oates, our Public Relations and Advocacy Manager, to share a couple words.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good evening, Mayor Go, City Council members, and City staff. Again, my name is Savannah Oates, Public Relations and Advocacy Manager at CAPK. So I have the privilege of working with all of our programs every single day and working with many of you out in the community. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize our board chair here, Maritza Jimenez, who sits on our board and navigates, some of the craziness and some of the nuances of what's happening in our community and really drives home the initiatives that the community is looking to have. As we head into the summer months, I'd like to recognize and remind everyone that the Friendship House is open and operational. We are currently enrolling children from the ages of 6 to 18 for a free summer program where they're able to get enrichment, go on field trips, get STEM activities, get a lot of learning so that they're not stuck at home during the run of the summer activity period. We encourage you to help us spread that word and share it with families in your guys' district so that they know that this is available and free to them. Thank you again for your continued support and partnership. Together, we're continuing to make a meaningful difference in our community. And if you know anyone in need, we encourage you to have them reach out to us at 211. Thank you. Give it up for CAPK.
Our next item is public statements. In keeping with the council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and for items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on tonight's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes one agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your statement, please give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and give your completed card to the city clerk. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion and will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. If you're here to speak on consent calendar public hearing items 7A through C, now is not the time to speak. You'll be given an opportunity to speak when those items are called later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, next item, please. Do we have any public speakers regarding items not on the agenda?
Mayor Go, we have received 13 public speaker cards for items not listed on today's agenda. The first 3 public speakers will be David Madding, followed by Kazuya Kinjo Buckland, followed by Karina Funes and Yesenia Fernandez.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. My name is David Matting, and I am the Director of Programs for the Open Door Network. As we enter the summer months, I'm here tonight to thank the city for its partnership with the Open Door Network and to briefly highlight some of the successes that we've achieved in operating the Clean City Initiative since it was renewed in January. This partnership allows us to focus on providing workforce development and stable employment to some folks who may have been at risk of homelessness. Since the contract was renewed in January, we've hired and employed 20 crew members and 2 supervisors, all working full-time jobs, some of whom have joined me here tonight. Between January and April, these crews have filled more than 9,420 bags of trash with 220,000 pounds of trash. And Madam Mayor, I did the math for you. You were asking, what does that look like in real life? That's approximately 44 African elephants. So
that's a lot.
In addition to that, we've also picked up 52 shopping carts, 58 mattresses, 33 couches, and completed more than 2,400 individual litter abatement referrals from the city. I think we can all agree that this work is vital in keeping Bakersfield a clean and welcoming city. Thank you for your time this evening, and if there's interest, we would be very happy to come back and share more details about the Open Door Network's workforce development program and crews. Thank you so much for your partnership. We really appreciate you.
David, thank you so much. And Clean Cities team, thank you so much, Open Door Network. I see you out in the community on a regular basis, and you're adding so much to the cleanliness of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Kezuya Kinjo Buckland, followed by Karina Funes and Yesenia Fernandez, followed by Evelyn Young Splath.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Kazia Kinjo Buckland. I'm here trying to represent Harris Road to get some change happening on Harris Road. Oh, excuse me?
Can you just raise the mic and get a little closer, please?
Okay, I thought I'd be better at this the second time, but I guess I'm not.
You're fine.
Okay.
We just want to hear you.
And I'm still a little nervous. But
okay.
anyways, I'm trying to get Harris reduced to 1 lane on both sides. And I mean, there's still accident. I mean, there's still people speeding through there. There's still the same old thing happening. And just today, I met some of you guys. You guys had some I really like that you guys came out and you guys were talking, communicating with each other. You guys had some really awesome, especially you had some good ideas. I really liked how you guys were talking to each other. I know we still need more work at it and communications and everything, but I also realized there's some stuff that's not being done. Like I remember reading this article. It said there was 16 major accidents, 9 deaths, and in a 5-year span. And then when I was asking the police department, they don't count every accident. So some of this stuff never gets documented. And the city public works wouldn't know about it. The engineering department wouldn't know about it because no one documents this stuff. And the reason why they don't document it, they don't consider rear end accidents, as a fatal. A fender bender, they don't consider that. So even the 5-year-old girl who passed away 5 years, in a 5-year span, she wasn't even counted in that accident when the news did a report on it. She wasn't even counted in that. And her grandmother, she wasn't even counted in that news report when she lost her legs. So stuff like that doesn't get counted and reported to you guys. So this is a real big problem on Harris Road, and we really need to get something done. We really need to get some documentation. I really want to make this into like a template to help other communities, just like Harris is dealing with the same thing. And whatever we could do to fix Harris Road, maybe we could use it as a template in another neighborhood. Because it's not just Harris Road that's having this issue. And we are...
Thank you, Mr. Buckland. Your time is up.
Okay,
If you can bring your comments to a close, please. Thank you. Madam Clerk, for the record, Councilmember Arias entered at 5:35. Next speaker, please.
Karina Funes and Yesenia Fernandez, followed by Evelyn Young Splath, followed by Jeanette Richardson.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Karina Funes, and I am co-chair of the Tobacco-Free Coalition of Kern County. I'm here along with other members of the coalition, as well as some of our youngest members as well, too. Almost 3 years ago, Bakersfield passed a tobacco retailer's permit ordinance that significantly reduced youth access to tobacco products. Youth purchase rates dropped from nearly 50% before the ordinance to 8.2%, demonstrating the positive impact of the city's leadership and policy efforts. Today, we're asking the city to continue protecting public health by supporting smoke-free parks in Bakersfield. Through coalition data collection and community observations, we have identified ongoing concerns in our parks, including cigarette and vape litter, secondhand smoke exposure, and the use of tobacco and vaping products near children and families. Parks should be safe and healthy spaces where children can play without being exposed to tobacco use or harmful waste. Bakersfield residents strongly support smoke-free outdoor spaces, with 85% saying they would improve public health, and 79% expressing support for limiting smoking in parks, sidewalks, dining areas, and event venues. 150 residents have signed public support cards in support of smoke-free parks. Legal review from the Public Health Law Center confirms cities like Bakersfield can adopt stronger smoke-free protections for parks and public spaces. As of 2025, 397 cities and counties across California have already adopted smoke-free park policies. We encourage the City Council to consider a policy that keeps Bakersfield parks clean, healthy, and welcoming for families. I'll pass it to Yesenia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yesenia Fernandez. I'm a resident of Ward 6. As a mother, smoke-free parks are very important to my family. We frequently go to Campus Park and Pin Oak Park, and I want all kids to be able to play in clean, safe spaces, free from secondhand smoke, vaping, and mainly harmful litter. Families in Bakersfield deserve healthy parks, and I support a smoke-free parks policy to help protect our children and the community I live in. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. And we request from Vice Mayor and Councilmember Smith to speak. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the Harris Road comments. I just was going to fill in maybe some of the other council members in the public. Harris Road's a neighborhood where we had 3 fatalities, automobile fatalities just a couple weeks ago, and the neighborhood wants something to be done. It's a neighborhood, it's a street that has multiple schools, multiple parks on it, and feels like a neighborhood street, but it has a design that has faster speeds than the neighbors and what I would think would be safe. And so they are asking for, a road diet on that street and along that stretch. And so I just wanted to give some background, and Public Works and police and everybody met with us out there, and I think, maybe we can do something and work forward, but I appreciate the neighborhood coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Smith, for joining out there today. Councilmember Coleman has been there in the past, as well as Councilmember Bashir Tosh. And I want to thank our city staff that joined us today. We have first I want to thank the neighbors for being here tonight. I know you all have so many things going on. You have families to manage, work, and you made time to advocate for your neighbors who they shared, their families conducting a rosary. And so for you to come out to advocate for your neighbors means the world to me. And you met us out there today. You've been meeting us out there. And our commitment to you and my commitment to you is to make sure that we as a city meet our end of the bargain and making sure that our roads are as safe as they possibly can be. So we had Assistant City Manager Gary Hallen out there, Zach Meyer, our Public Works Director. We had our Chief of Police, Brent Stratton, out there. We had our Lieutenant out there as well. And we had a traffic engineer. And since this accident happened, we have met weekly at City Hall, but today we took City Hall to the community and making sure that we can see and feel what the community feels like, what the roads feel like, what the neighbors are seeing and feeling, what residents are feeling. And this being a part of Ward 7, and as we talk about on the multimodal committee, we are only addressing this if we go and see it for ourselves and change it in accordance to what the neighbors are sharing. And their request is that this road be a 1-lane road, which it is at the other ends of it, there's so many schools, so many parks, 6 parks down Harris. And as Councilmember Smith said, the street feels like a neighborhood street, but doesn't function like one. And so I wanted to thank all of the immediate efforts that are happening, but now as we go into more long-term planning, we need to ensure that both the students that are walking home from school as well as the residents in the neighborhoods, we need to make sure that they can actually walk to the parks that are built there. And so I want to make a few referrals today in consultation with staff as well. First, I think we need to meet with this school district. Again, we need to start resuming our meetings with superintendents so that city and our school districts can be partners in making sure that not only as the city grows, that we are partners in our expansion, but also in how we keep our streets safe. And that covers many things, but we can at least start with ensuring that we create school safety through both its infrastructure, and that be one of my referrals today, that we start meeting with them again to get some ideas. And also to our city staff, as you begin designing our attempts to make sure that we can have one lane continue down Harris Road, that we keep our neighbors informed, and this be something that we urgently continue to address. Thank you. And I wanted to respond to the smoke-free parks. I'd like to make a referral that we address that within our safe and healthy neighborhood committees, meetings as well. Councilmember Arias has his mic on. I think he wants to add.
Yeah.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the referral. Gladly accept the challenge. I just want to give a shout out to our friends at the Blue Zones. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Yesenia, for all the work that you have done. It's been in recent years that we've had the successes around the tobacco retail license, which was tried many times and has been a proven, program that reduces the amount of tobacco and the amount of smoke that is in our communities. And so I just want to give you both a shout out for all of the work that you do, particularly with engaging the youth and making sure that they're aware that they can make a meaningful impact on their community. And so I think, one, that's been a successful program. Super proud of the work that you all have done. And also, this is just the next logical, common sense next step for us, which is to make sure that all of our parks throughout the city, of which I believe there are 63 now, make sure that those spaces for our youth are free from smoke. We are already predisposed to so many different, at an increased rate of lung disease, asthma, and so many other consequences of being pollution burdened community. That there are meaningful things that we need to do as a community and as a council to reduce that risk. So happy to take on that referral from the Vice Mayor and looking forward to those discussions in safe neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, council members, I too look forward to the group's presentation at your referral, but again, just for our listening audience, I don't want to give the impression that smoking or vaping is allowed in our city parks. It is not allowed in our city parks. It is a state law. We have had this discussion several times before with regard to putting up signs, and so again, perhaps that can be part of the referral.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And Ms. Muñoz, thank you so much for your efforts. You will recall that I made a very audacious statement that Bakersfield will be the healthiest city in California. And thank you to Blue Zones and the rest of our community who's rallying around that. It's not an easy goal to reach, but we have to take one step at a time. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Evelyn Young Spath, followed by Jeanette Richardson, followed by Eddie Lane.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Take your time. It's fine.
Thank you.
We don't want another fall.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Evelyn Young Spath, and I am asking you to approve the $3 million Measure N match for MLK Junior Park. I was born in this neighborhood. About 60 years ago, I attended preschool at the Parks Community Center before it was renamed in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So when I speak about MLK Junior Park, I'm not speaking about a luxury project, an abstract budget item, or something extra. I'm speaking about a place that has served East Bakersfield families across generations. I'm also the founder of the Kern County Black Farmers Association, former chief of staff at CSU Bakersfield, a member of the Keep Bakersfield Beautiful Advisory Board, and the Dignity Health Community Advisory Board. My work has centered on community development, public health, food access, beautification, and equitable investment. At the PSVS committee meeting in April, this project was described as nice upgrades at MLK Park, swimming pools and basketball courts, or extra things. And there was concern that it was not an appropriate use of Measure N funds. I respectfully disagree. This is not simply about a pool or a basketball court. It's about whether Bakersfield will protect the $11.9 million already awarded for this project in East Bakersfield, or risk losing that investment because we refuse to provide matching funds. Measure N priorities include safe public areas, neighborhood enhancements, quality of life, and improved park maintenance. Public safety is not only what happens after a 911 call. Public safety is also about prevention, safe places for children after school, safe places for families, and neighborhood anchors that reduce isolation. East Bakersfield residents pay Measure N too. They deserve to see those funds in their neighborhood and not be told that a 15-minute bus ride to another facility is an adequate substitute for an investment in their community. Please reject the PSVS recommendation and approve the $3 million match for MLK Junior Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matt. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Jeanette Richardson, followed by Eddie Lane, followed by Sharon Brill.
I do believe
Welcome.
I'm Jeanette Richardson. Hi, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I'm an old friend of this city, having run the centennial for the city 28 years ago now, so a long time ago. So I just want to tell you that I am here to advocate for MLK. So she just gave my speech, however. So I think investing in Martin Luther King Jr. Park today is a long-term investment. It's a long-term investment in economic health, vitality, and it includes not just Central or East Bakersfield, but people can come from all over the city. We've been trying to get people to come in our downtown area to visit and be a part of California Avenue, to be a part of Truxton, and this can really build that. Strong public spaces help create strong neighborhoods. When parks are clean, active, well-lit, and programmed with community activities, they attract families, visitors, small businesses, and positive economic activity. We've seen this all over the country. When the city invests in a neighborhood, people come. We want to bring people into our area. We will hope to see a revitalized MLK Park could help encourage the growth of locally owned cafes, neighborhood restaurants, art spaces, family businesses, and small retail shops. This is about supporting local entrepreneurship and creating an environment where independent businesses, I also work with workforce development in case you didn't pick up on some of that, where independent businesses and families can succeed. Public investment in parks often becomes the foundation for broader community improvements, safer pedestrian activity, better walkability. Where people are, you have less homeless. When people are there, the unhoused don't so much want to sleep there when there's lights. There's people, activities. So let's give them something to enjoy in our area. It'll increase foot traffic, more community events, stronger neighborhood identity, and increased support for nearby businesses. The vision is a safe, community-centered culture. Oh, I'm out of time. Well, wow, I thought I measured this out for 2 minutes. I highly recommend that you invest in MLK.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Next speaker, please.
Eddie
Welcome.
Lane, followed by Sharon Brill, followed by Antonio Martinez.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Eddie Lane. I'm really here for another issue, but I heard that this is going to be discussed. I'm just going to add a couple of cents. Some years ago, and I think Mr. Coleman was on that Measure In committee, the Sierra Club was quite active in terms of how Measure In funding was being spent. One of our basic concerns was this, that a lot of Measure In money was going to Mesa Marin and Kaiser Permanente. And the parks within 5 miles of where we're at now were not getting enough attention. And so we raised that as as kind of a red flag that the city needs to pay attention to all parks, especially for economically disadvantaged areas. Well, I got a chance to talk, and I found some notes today, to former Councilman Willie Rivera. And the county had about 1 acre there adjacent to the park, and the county was planning to sell that property. And my notes say that a potential buyer was a guy named Michael Bauer, who some of you may know, and that they were moving along with the process. Well, what happened, there was a new state law, AB 1486, that says the public entities had to have a first shot at it. So at the Sierra Club, we sent a letter to the county, and the county then began negotiating with the city. And that's one of the reasons that 1 acre became part of Martin Luther King Park. So that's a little history I thought I'd give you today. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Brielle, followed by Antonio Martinez, followed by Ancha Lauer.
Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Go, members of the council and staff. My name is Sharon Brielle, and I'm a 25-year resident of Ward 5 and a member of the executive board for the Kern Cahuilla chapter of the Sierra Club. What's at stake tonight? Bakersfield has been awarded $1.9 million in federal funds for MLK Park, the second largest park award in the country. I let that sink in. That really means a lot. The grant requires a $3 million match. Without it, we will lose the $1.9 million. This project falls squarely within Major N's priorities. And I was really distressed to hear how negative the advisory board was for the project. There has been decades-long double standards going on. Southeast Bakersfield has been neglected for decades. Local reporters have documented it. Officials have acknowledged it. Meanwhile, this council has approved tens of millions for Kaiser Permanente Sports Village, Mesa Marin, and Riverwalk Park. When wealthier neighborhoods need parks, the city finds the money. Southeast Bakersfield deserves the same. It's a question of priorities. At the same time, the council is about to approve $2.9 million for tree trimming at this very council meeting, much of which is unnecessary. Nearly $3 million to trim trees. $3 million that could unlock $12 million for this community. My request to you, vote yes on allocating the $3 million for MLK Park, protect the $1.9 million in federal grants, and honor the residents of Southeast Bakersfield who have waited long enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Antonio Martinez, followed by Ancha Lauer, followed by Natalie Lockwood.
Welcome.
Mayor Go, city council members and staff. I had prepared a speech, but I do better speaking from the heart. Retired from the Bakersfield Police Department, and for years I worked what we called at that time District 9, Southeast Bakersfield. I still have friends there, children who have grown up, the Mora brothers, Mora partners, youth that we had mentored as 12-year-olds, now realtors building homes in that community again. I was sad to see how Martin Luther King Park looks today. At an event I was out there a few weeks back, I spoke to some of my old friends, and believe me, they need this park. We worked in those years, no money, but I learned how to form partnerships and bring officers out to the community. And we created a lot of change. We built trust between the police department and the community. And it seems that there's a lot of graffiti in those neighborhoods again. Let's not let them suffer again. These are our children that we care about. They are our future. So I am here to support the project at Martin Luther King Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, and thank you for your service to our country and to our community. Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just always so moved by your words, Tony, and all the speakers who have come out in support of MLK Park. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And thank you, by the way, Eddie, for the reminder of the history of adding the additional acreage to MLK. It has been a fight from the very beginning, and I won't go all the way back to how that park was created, but it has a long history of advocacy and particular council members who have fought tooth and nail to bring that park to life. And it's now our responsibility to make sure that we provide upgrades and meaningful allocations to take care of it. Tony, I just want to give you a shout out. I think you are an embodiment of what can be done for future generations of leaders. As the lead representative from the Bakersfield Police Department at the Bakersfield Police Activities League for years, you know what it means to have these places of recreation and these parks and these facilities for individuals and youth who otherwise would not have those opportunities. And so I just want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for your service to this country. And you know, the challenge, I think, before this council in the next coming weeks is to make sure that we make good on that promise to Southeast Bakersfield. So thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. We still have 5 speakers who wish to speak, and there's just over 4 minutes left in this segment. So I've asked that you speak succinctly so that we can accommodate more people. Welcome.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Go, council members and staff. So I'm speaking on something else. So first I want to thank the city allowing water back in the Kern River. So for many residents, seeing water flowing again has been emotional, hopeful, and deeply meaningful. It reminds us that the Kern River is not just a flood channel or water source, it is part of Bakersfield's identity. And I also want to thank the council or the city that they support working with river partners on getting a grant for the enhancement of the riparian forest and the floodplains along the Kern River. That's awesome. But I want to ask an important question tonight. I heard it's only until July. If we can bring water back temporarily, then we should be discussing how to keep at least a minimum flow in the river year-round to avoid a massive fish die-off like we had 2 years ago. A living river provides real public benefits. It cools surrounding neighborhoods during dangerous summer heat. It supports trees, birds, wildlife, and groundwater recharge. It creates opportunities for recreation, biking, walking, tourism, and community events. It improves the quality of life for families across Bakersfield. Other cities across California have restored urban rivers and seen economic and environmental benefits follow. Bakersfield deserves the same vision and ambition. I ask the council to begin treating this release not as a short-term experiment, but as the beginning of a long-term restoration effort. Tonight I ask for 3 things. So first, commit to publicly studying what would be required to maintain year-round base flows to the Lower Kern River. And second, very important, release transparent data on the environmental and community impacts of this current water release. So right now we don't have any flow data about what is being released. And third, create a public process, including residents, scientists, tribal representatives, and water agencies to develop a long-term plan for a living Kern River. A dry riverbed should not be accepted as normal for future generations in Bakersfield. We have an opportunity
Ms. Lauer,
right now.
your time is up. Thank you. We have many more speakers and only 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker. And again, just a reminder for the rest of you who are able to speak in the 2 minutes, please keep if you can move along your comments, that would be very helpful. Next speaker, please.
Natalie Lockwood.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Natalie Lockard. Jan Lockard's granddaughter. She prays for you all, so thank you for your service. I just wanted to also advocate for the river. I love to ride my bike, and last week I was here when we were talking about the river before, and I actually didn't know that there was water in the river. And then I was riding my bike, and I saw a coyote drinking from the river. And it was just a really beautiful, magical moment, and that wouldn't have happened if it weren't for your advocacy. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your grandma's prayers. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Evelyn Delgado.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Delgado. In the past 5 years, we had 60 major accidents with a total of 9 deaths since April 2021 to April 2026. Last month, we lost 2 of our neighbors, Omar Zacarias and Silvia Reyes, on April 23, 2026 at 6:45 p.m. due to a car accident that occurred on Harris Road and Summer Spring Drive. We've gathered 277 online signatures and 102 on-paper signatures for our petition from April 27th, 2026 to May 27, 2026. Our community is requesting the city to consider meaningful safety measurements, including but not limited to installation of a traffic signal or enhanced traffic control measure, reduction of speed limit, bike lane and pedestrian safety measures, increased traffic signage and visibility improvements, traffic calming measures to slow down speeding vehicles such as crosswalk speed humps, roundabout lane reduction, and pavement walking lights and LED stop blinker signs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Amanda Blumel.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Blumel. I have lived near Harris and Summer Springs for over 26 years. For many years, us neighbors have voiced concerns about the dangerous speeding, the running of the stop sign, and the fear we feel every single day trying to simply drive, walk, or cross this intersection safely. Tonight, I'm here not to talk about liability, and not to put any blame, but I'm here to talk about people. This past Friday, I stood at a funeral of Omar and Sylvia. I watched their son, Eric, mourn the loss of his parents. I watched a mother grieve the loss of her only son. No parent should ever have to bury their child, and no child should ever have to stand at the funeral of both parents because of a tragedy that our community feared would eventually happen. And that's all I have to say. I have comments in here, and I have photos that I would like to share, and I will be leaving those. And I have more that I had to say, but I wanted to give, I don't have any more time.
Thank you, Ms. Blumel. And in that we're out of time, Mr. Zakatas, were your comments also about the same topic related to Harris?
That's their son.
Okay. Thank you. We're so sorry for your loss. Madam Clerk, next item.
Mayor Go, we've received 7 public speaker cards regarding consent calendar items. The first public speaker is Eddie Lane, followed by Sharon Briel, followed by Gitka Kamasi.
Yeah, okay, I'll go back to that. If you're here to speak on deferred business item 10A, which is the sewer use rates, or new business item 11A H Street, now is the time to speak, and the city clerk will call on you at the appropriate time. But first, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to back up to the Kern River statements, and the city has, since before I was on the council, tried to get water in the river, and we will continue to try to get water in the river. And the water that we have the ability to get in the river, we will continue to get there. We understand as a council, it makes a different city and a different community, and we are working towards water in the river as much and as often as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Go, the first 6 speakers are speaking on items 6F, 14 through 16. First speaker being Eddie Lane, followed by Sharon Brielle, followed by Gitka Kamasi.
We have a lot of speakers who wish to speak tonight. We have 20 minutes for this entire segment, so I'm asking that you keep your comments to make your comments as briefly as possible and avoid repetition. Thank you. If you've been here before, you might want to yield some time to others. Thank you.
My name is Eddie Lane. Today's request on your agenda is to, our request from the Sierra Club is to pause $1.5 million in planned contracting for tree trimming and removal. Something's amiss. I'm providing information on contract levels from fiscal year 21-22 through 24-25. No contract level was more than $1 million. Now the proposal is that to take $1 million, what was $1 million for years, and make it into $1.5 million for questionable tree trimming and removal. And supposedly the city is in a difficult financial situation. So that's not understandable. These are our concerns, some of our recommendations. You need monthly reports regarding trees trimmed, removed, purchased, and planted with cost, with such reports needed now for this fiscal year, 25-26. You need that as decision makers. We need a 5 to 7 year plan schedule for tree trimming to avoid over trimming. We need the national ANSI standards and Arbor Day Foundation guidance put into the contracts. They're not there now. And as we've said before, trees are being trimmed at the inappropriate time of the year. We need pictures taken, as Fresno does, our model, of trees to be trimmed and placed on the city's website for public comment prior to trees being trimmed. Also, there was no mention of this $500,000 increase at the Director's Tree Advisor Committee less than 2 weeks ago, with Councilmember Coleman observing. And this committee does not include formal representation from the Sierra Club, Audubon of Kern, Building Healthy Communities, California Native Plant Society, we have a representative here tonight, and Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We recommended that months ago. Vice Mayor Kaur recommended that. Nothing's been done. Over 300 people have signed a petition. You'll be getting that later. The issue isn't more city funding. It's how city funding is spent. Please direct staff to redirect energies to increase our tree canopy. Thank you for this opportunity. And I did cut myself short a little bit. So.
Thank you. Yes, we have 15 speakers who wish to speak during this 20-minute segment, so you'll see that we have limited time. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Brielle, followed by Gitika Kamasi, followed by Robert Hooks.
I just want to go on record that I'm requesting the council to pull from consent items 6F through 14 through 17. I provided a pretty lengthy analysis of the bid process on these contracts, and it would be impossible to really talk about it with any continuity in less than a minute. But what I want to say basically is there are errors, there are things that bother me greatly about the contracts. For example, El Rancho's contract is showing a 5% increase based on Bureau of Labor indexes. And the bid is said to go up to $8,780,852. However, the document is asking for approval to be able to spend up to $1.4 million. And that's not listed on the price sheet. So it's already escalated to provide more services, more expense than what was predicted with the 5%. The other contracts, San Diego Land Systems, McCormick Land Services, and General Tree, they all are increasing. Well, General Tree is not increasing, but the other two are increasing, but no 5%, just a number, a random number. It's going up $286,456 on the first one. That's San Diego. There's no price list. There's no listing of what is being done, what services are being provided. And the same is true for McCormick, which is going up $100,000. No documentation. So I'm asking for the council to please review these agreements and find out and send it back to staff and ask them to explain how these numbers came up.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. Next speaker, please.
Gitika Komasi, followed by Robert Hooks, followed by Rob Parsons.
Welcome.
I guess I shouldn't be nervous, but I am. But I tell my students it's a good thing. So Gitika Kumori, Department of Political Science, professor at CSUB. I am here supporting Addie Lane and Sharon Bill. And rather than repeat what they have said, I will take just a few seconds to comment over the overarching vision of the Parks and Rec Department. I think the way the department operates is it operates in a way where it is risk averse. And that is why almost the entirety of its budget is spent on trimming and removal. And we have gone over data, like made public requests, looked at the invoices, and we can give you like these Excel sheets which document exactly which invoice does what or is paying for what. And I can assure you that 95% of that budget is towards trimming and removal. And I think there's a philosophy that we want to be risk averse, rather than a philosophy that we want to be a green city. And I think so there is a structural problem in the way the department operates, perhaps. When I look at the vision statement of Department of Parks and Rec, there is a single line statement, and in that statement is an observation about organizational sustainability. And I find that problematic. So I think we need to kind of reopen and reinvestigate what are we doing and what are we trying to do, and are we trying to be risk averse, or are we trying to actually create a community? And I would like us to lean in more in the community, a greener community, in that direction. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert Hooks, followed by Rob Parsons, followed by Valentina Gutierrez.
Hi, my name is Robert Hooks. I'm here to support the Sierra Club's position on the tree discussion that we've had so far, and I'll give back my 2 minutes for someone else.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The following speaker will speak on item 6H1, Darrell Abbott. Rob Parsons, followed by Valentina Gutierrez, and then the following speaker will speak on consent calendar item 6H1, Darrell Abbott.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Rob Parsons. I have spoken to you before. I'm a supporter of the efforts of the Sierra Club and other Tree Party members to see that the trees in Bakersfield are enhanced and maintained properly. I was brought to Bakersfield as a 5-year-old by my parents in 1948. My father built a pine and redwood house on Oleander Avenue that still exists, and along with the sycamore trees that I had to rake leaves under, and some conifers in the neighborhood that I enjoyed climbing. And so I thoroughly appreciate the trees in Bakersfield and hope that they're maintained, and everything else my colleagues have addressed or will address. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Darrell Abbott, and
actually, if I may interrupt you, sir, it's actually Valentina Gutierrez.
Huh?
Valentina Gutierrez.
There's another speaker before you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then followed by Darrell Abbott.
Good evening, Mayor Go, Mr. Clegg, and honorable city members. My name is Valentina Gutierrez, and I'm a 9th grader. On Earth Day this year, the American Lung Association ranked Bakersfield #1 in the nation for particle pollution for the second year in a row. This is extremely concerning to me because there are around 123,000 kids in the city, including me, whose lungs are still growing while consistently being exposed to the harmful pollution, particularly kids who lived in the east side of Bakersfield, which face poor health outcomes due to high pollution in their neighborhood. Science shows that street trees alone can reduce pollution by up to 44% in the areas where kids walk to school and wait for the bus every single morning. But in the last 4 years, Bakersfield has removed more than 3,000 trees. And our tree canopy is currently at 7 to 9%, which is way below California's average of 14.5%. Trees are one of the most powerful and affordable tools we have to combat rising temperatures and poor air quality. Removing them would be a serious mistake that we cannot take back, an issue that my generation will be left to deal with. When you cut down a mature tree and replace it with saplings, it could take 30 or 50 years to restore that tree canopy. That's my entire adult life waiting for the shade that existed before I was born. My ask today is to please work with the experts such as Dr. Kamuri and Dr. Angie, who are offering solutions to make Bakersfield a more desirable place to work, live, and play. Thank you so much. I also have the data from the Cal Enviro screen, which demonstrates the data for these communities. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Daryl Abbott.
Is this for 6H1?
You're welcome to speak on 6H1.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I see this. We're asking for $400,000 for another sewer deal. Why aren't these sewer deals being dealt with before this so that all this massive money doesn't have to be wasted and spent on these projects when our taxpayer dollars are being kicked out every year to these projects that are supposed to be taken care of? These things that take place like this are just wasted money that can benefit this city so much more in so much different ways, as in for the homeless. There's so many things that we are using money, wasted money on, that could help clear our streets, like the people earlier were out picking up trash and this and that, because people just throw it out. Now, you or I go down the road and throw that trash out, and what? It turns around and we get a fine. We get thrown in jail. But there's so many people out on our streets that are creating trash and making our city look like trash, and nothing's being done about it. We're wasting so much money that could be provided to help these people in so many different means that we can clear our city up and use it in the proper way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Mayor Go, the following 5 speakers will be speaking on deferred business item 10A. The first speaker is Daryl Abbott.
Good evening once again. The last meeting was on this subject here, was it not? And it was extended until this meeting about the spending of all of that massive money to the sewer plants that needed to be.
We will be considering that later, yes. But go ahead and offer your comments now.
Yes. It's brought to my attention there in the last meeting that we had a surplus of $56 million. Once again, we have to really quit trying to steal money from the taxpayer dollars out of this community and put their taxpayer dollars that you have to good use. With that, there's so many advantages that we could be doing and taking care of and continue to move forward that would help our city grow and prosper in so many ways. We have people that's going to move up into certain positions, and hopefully they take those positions and help this county out, okay, for what's best for Bakersfield and Kern County. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Terrence Moylan, followed by Arturo Saldañez, followed by Debbie Busby.
Welcome.
Hello, my name's Terrence Moylan. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I live out near McCutcheon and Gosford Road, near Wastewater Plant 3, and I'm here to voice my support for the sewer rate increase. I have 30 years of experience as a wastewater and water treatment operator. And I have to say that as soon as I moved here 4 years ago, I was amazed about how low the sewer rates are in this city. And I have to say that this is really a necessary idea that has to come and be passed as soon as possible. The sewer rates are really being financed by the bonds that are being paid for. And it's not going to solve the problem if you keep putting it off. And a number of previous city council people just haven't taken the guts to pass and raise the sewer rates. And I have to say that the time cannot wait any longer. You're just pushing this down the road, and it's going to reach the point where the Water Resource Control Board is going to come down hard on the city. And I'd also like Councilmember Kerr to reconsider your opposition, and please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreland. Next speaker, please.
Arturo Saldañez, followed by Debbie Busby, followed by Catalina Maldonado.
Hello, thank you very much for having me over here. I will try to be fast and try to the point. I totally disagree with the gentleman over here. I understand he works for that environment and he probably wants to do whatever. But I totally disagree in that. Just remember, this country was built because of the high taxes of England, okay? That was built, and he's putting more and more and more taxes. Just go see your bills, please. It's 1.0 increase of what you pay in property taxes, okay? Like $1,000 every month. $3,000 to $3,500 is only for all the rest of the stuff. So you have to think about it. Now we're going to have the $900 more. So it's really putting a burden a lot on people. I understand it needs to do something. I understand we have the lowest ones. But you guys are very smart. I'm pretty sure you guys are very smart for you to come with a better solution than just increasing $900. It's $500 billion that my kids will pay probably for the rest of their lives. So please do something about it before we do anything. Okay? Please do. This is for everybody. For even the veterans. They can hardly leave now. So please do. Please. Thank you very much. I appreciate what you did last time. And please, sir, Bob, consider your and start talking. I understand we have to increase it, but not this much. We had this last year. We can increase it $200 last year. Right now, we have a lot more revenue. Okay, but they go too high. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Debbie Busby, followed by Catalina Maldonado.
Hi, good evening. I'm Debbie Busby. I live in Ward 4, and I am here. I've been here for the past year following the sewer rate increase. I'm here to speak on behalf of the people that can't come, won't come, but who are opposed to this rate increase. I think every one of us that are here that own a home, that own an automobile, do maintenance on it, and shame on all of you that have failed to do the maintenance that's needed, and now you're asking taxpayers to cough up these large amounts of money, and people can't afford it. I oppose this rate increase, and I urge you to vote no. Look into bonds. Measure N dollars have been given for vital services. I believe the sewer is a vital service. I think if you went out on the street and asked the taxpayers, do you consider the sewer to be a vital service? They would say yes. I oppose this. I come here saying, do not vote this tax increase for people that cannot afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Catalina Maldonado.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Catalina Maldonado, and I'm a homeowner and longtime resident of Ward 2. And I'm also a living caregiver for my disabled son. First, I want to thank all of you for hearing the community last time and for pushing back on the original, not the original recommendation, but the last one. I appreciated being heard. So I'm here to give my final appeal in strong opposition to this rate increase. The rising cost of living is already difficult for working families, many of our working families and our elderly. It's simply not fair to place the cost of decades of neglected infrastructure onto property owners. I respectfully ask that you continue exploring alternatives such as the county's recommendation, the Measure N funds that were just mentioned, and the use of bonds. And please vote no on this rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Mayor Go, the following speaker will be speaking on new business item 11A. Daryl Abbott.
Hi, once again. I see this Griffith company wanting $14 million to so-called do this H Street meltdown. Once again, why do something to something that's not broke at taxpayer expenses? We bought a hotel over on Union Avenue that was burnt down from a person for $1.something million at taxpayer dollars. Why are we wasting so much taxpayer dollars on things that don't need to be wasted? These people breaking into these facilities and burning them down and this and that need to be held accountable. Do you say that a homeless is all right to come in here and just throw a grenade in here and blow this place up because it's what? They're homeless? No, it belongs to the city. It would injure all of us. We need to start using our money wisely, and we could take, there's so many great buildings here in this city, downtown, that we could turn around and take that money and use it to better expenses and stuff. Once again, you're wanting to fund some people out of town to come in and cut the trees, and we have so many local people that can do this and save you so much more money. And I'd be happy to turn those people's names over to you. But once again, let's use taxpayer money wisely and not just throwing it down and burning it in the fire pit. We could use this money here for this 8th Street Road to purchase one of these buildings and build it into a homeless facility to get them off of our street to where they are not looting and doing drugs in front of our kids and this and that. I ask you to use our money wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker or next item? Is that the final speaker?
Mayor Go, that was our final speaker. Consent calendar items 6A through 6J for approval. A staff memorandum was provided regarding item 6C1, transmitting correspondence received in support of the item. An additional staff memorandum was provided regarding items 6F, 14, 15, and 16, transmitting correspondence requesting the council pull the items for separate discussion.
Thank you. And we have a request from Councilmember Gonzalez to pull item 6C1 and then Councilmember Arias for 6F14. Are there any other requests to pull? Seeing none, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 6A through 6J.
Okay, just a minute. Councilmember Gonzalez, do you need to make a statement?
My apologies, Vice Mayor and Mayor. Councilmember Gonzalez will abstain from the following consent calendar agenda items due to the following conflicts. 6F14, due to a campaign contribution made by the person or entity, made a contribution of more than $500 to my campaign within the preceding 12 months, and 6F15 for the same reason. Clerk, please record my abstention on each of these items, even though I will vote on the motion to approve the consent calendar. My vote will be only for those remaining items. And I do recognize that 6F14 has been pulled for separate consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 6A through 6J with the exception of 6C1 and 6F14.
Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Mayor Go, we seem to be having a technical issue. May I conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Core,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councilmember Weir,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Koman,
Yes.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Yes.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to Councilmember Gonzalez's 6C1.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item regarding the short-term vacation rentals. I would like to pull item 6C1, and I'd like to make two changes to the ordinance, which number one is to reduce the amount of liability insurance required from $1 million to $500,000, and number two, the ordinance to compel STR platforms to collect TOT directly. And that's a motion.
Thank you. Colleagues, any comments? Vice Mayor.
Could you expand on the reduction in the insurance?
Yes. So in Mr. Clegg, if you wanted to chime in, I saw your mic on.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vice Mayor, and I'll help with that a little bit. It was discussed earlier in our 3:30 session. We've had some constituent requests and stakeholder requests that the $1 million is somewhat prohibitive. We've done a survey of other large comparable cities, and they range from $500,000 to $1 million in required liability insurance. Of course, we would recommend that there absolutely be a liability insurance requirement and that it be sufficient, but other large cities are at the $500,000 mark, and as staff, we can support that recommendation to make that adjustment in response to some of the community feedback. And just that it adds additional costs to the business without necessarily the need for the higher liability number.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests, you have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Weir voting no.
Thank you. And now on to 6F14, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers who came out to speak on this item. I just wanted to provide an opportunity to city staff really to kind of square this issue that has been raised tonight. It seems to me, based on the staff report, that there was an agreement on June 11th, 2025 with the contractor for the amount of $500,000 for the supply of tree trimming services, and it seems now that that price has nearly tripled. Can you help explain the increase? We know that we've seen increases across the board, but three times that amount seems a little excessive.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Mayor and Council, happy to provide some clarification. I think it's just an unfortunate misunderstanding in how the numbers sometimes play out when we do these amendments. Typically, when we are amending a contract that has had prior dollar amounts, we list the total dollar amount for the entirety of the contract. And so that's why we're seeing numbers that look much bigger, but the actual spend is consistent with prior years, and in some instances, the small, inflationary percentage increase. I'll ask Mr. Ricanthony to come up and just add a few notes to my comments. But in general, I would assure the council that we've recently had an update on our progress in working with the Tree Advisory Committee to your council. We are very clear on the council direction to move forward with the recommendations of the Tree Advisory Group, and these contracts are consistent with what we shared with you just a couple of months ago. They're consistent also with the tree trimming calendar that we've been asked to revise. It's just in our process and how we list out these additions to contracts that it makes the dollars look inflated, but it's actually the same amount that we've budgeted and been spending with slight adjustments. But I'll let Mr. Anthony provide a little more detail.
Mr. Anthony?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rick Anthony, Assistant City Manager. City Manager explained it well. What we have is Rancho Tree Service has done an excellent job, and the staff is making a shift from moving 400,000 from General Tree Service, adding that capacity to Rancho Tree Service. And when you look at the new limit, it does include money expended last year, so that's why that not to exceed amount is 1.4. It is inclusive of the 500,000 contract we gave Rancho last year. Happy to have any other questions if you have.
So if I understand that correctly, we had multiple contractors providing tree trimming services for the city of Bakersfield. The total amount is much closer to this $1.4 million total that we are talking about. So in addition to increasing the amount that is being provided for this service, we're also moving money from one contractor to another.
We're amending, we're extending the contract one more year. Last year they got 500,000. This year we wanted to give them 500,000. We also are moving General Trees 500. We're reducing that by 400,000, giving the capacity to Rancho because they have shown competency in the work that we needed done. And so that 900,000 is reflective of the additional 400 for General Tree as well.
Got it.
So you have 500,000 for a new year, and you have 400,000 from General that's going to be added to Rancho, but no other new money is added to this contract.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation. Respectfully, I think that, given the amount of feedback that we've received over the past, half a year, potentially even full year now, I think that this deserves an extra look, and I will ask and make a motion tonight that we actually table this item to come back to a further council meeting.
Madam City Attorney.
Motion to continue?
Thank you.
Is that to a specific date or just?
To the next council meeting is fine.
Thank you. And a question from Vice Mayor.
There was a question from one of our speakers as to why there's 3 different entities that are being contracted with. Can you help elaborate on that? Thank you, Rick.
There's a little bit of confusion with one of the names because they do include tree service. However, the other items that you already have passed, they're simply 1-year extensions for a streetscaping. Part of it is in Northwest, the other part is 24th Street. So those are simple items that we're just asking for another year extension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so now we have a motion by Councilmember Arias to continue item 6F14 to the next city council meeting. Madam Clerk, do you need to conduct a voice vote, or is our system working? It's working. You have a motion. Please cast your votes. This is a motion to continue.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Gonzalez abstaining.
Thank you. And now next item, please. Yeah, I think so. It appears like we need to take a break for a few minutes right now, so let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back. We're ready to continue the meeting, so let's continue.
Is that about 10 minutes?
Continuing the meeting, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent calendar public hearings 7A through 7C for approval. A staff memorandum has been provided regarding item 7B, requesting the item to be referred back to staff due to an issue related to the public hearing notice.
Thank you. The purpose of this section is to vote on all of the items listed under consent calendar hearings in one motion without further comment. If anyone would like to speak on any of the hearing items listed, the item must be removed from this portion of the agenda. If an item is removed, it will be placed at the end of the regular public hearings portion of the meeting. At this time, I'll open consent calendar public hearing items 7A through C. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to request that a hearing item be removed from the consent calendar? If so, please come forward. This isn't the time to take testimony, only to remove the matter. Does any council member wish to remove an item from the consent calendar hearing? Seeing none, at this time, consent calendar public hearing item 7A and C and B, all those items are closed, and 7B, the recommendation there is to refer it back to staff. So, Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve consent calendar public hearings 7A and 7C, and 7B, with 7B being referred back to staff for re-advertisement for future city council agenda.
Yes. Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Mayor Go, may I conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Kaur?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilmember Weir?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Coman?
Yes.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Deferred business item 10A, resolution adopting sewer user rates. A staff memorandum was provided regarding this item, transmitting comments in opposition.
Thank you. As you'll recall, we had a hearing on this item. For the council members who were not present, I want to just confirm that you have watched the Prop 218 hearings on April 22nd and May 13th and listened to the public comments on record to participate in the vote. Vice Mayor, would you like to confirm that?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh?
Yes.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Clegg, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have a presentation this evening on this item, and while our public hearings have been closed, we do have a court reporter also still recording related to this item. And while this presentation will cover a summary of the content at our recent meetings, because it is a big topic and worthy of that for the public record, it is somewhat summarized from the longer presentations that we had at our public hearings. So just as a reminder, these are the different steps that we've covered in our recent public hearings. We've talked about what is our enterprise fund, why the rate is necessary, the outreach efforts that we have done, how our rates were developed, and the 218 process. And I'll briefly hit each one of those as well as a reminder in this presentation. Just to summarize it quickly, why is the rate increase necessary? The aging infrastructure, we have significant CIP costs, and I would just note that it is not that the city has misused any funds. It's that we have not had sufficient funds to conduct the infrastructure historically that we should have been saving up against the future or conducting that maintenance. It's not been, again, a misuse of funds. It's that we have not had sufficient funds. Also, we're a growing city, and there's a need for future capacity, as well as the increased regulatory burden. We have significant operation and maintenance costs due to both inflation and changes to regulations. Just as a reminder, our sewer rate is set at $247. This is a comparison chart compared to other municipalities that we would consider benchmark municipalities. And the reality is that we have been roughly close to that number, as between $200 and $247 over the last decade without any notable increases. So we put together a 15-year infrastructure plan that would be able to take care of our deferred maintenance, as well as prepare for future capacity needs. And that was developed at length and in depth, and is reflected in our cost of service analysis that has also been validated by multiple consultants. As a reminder, we proposed a $950 potential increase that would have covered the full cost of replacements without any bonds last spring. Your council determined to rescind that and to take a step back and think about how we could make adjustments. I want to make sure there's clarity that there have been some comments that we're increasing the rates by $950 or to $950, and that is not the proposal that is before your council tonight. That was last year's proposal. So what we did in the interim, and this timeline walks through, that we validated what are the true costs of maintaining our system for 2026. We had consultants, again, give us a third-party opinion on those numbers. We developed multiple rate scenarios. We went out to the community extensively with outreach and presented several scenarios to your council to then this February begin a new Prop 218 process, and I'll walk through a few more of those details in these upcoming slides. Just a reminder, again, that we held significant outreach over last spring after the initial proposal. We listened to the community, and then as we were developing a revision and further analysis over this past year, we were also reaching out to professional associations and doing a lot of outreach. We also hired an additional consulting firm to look at our engineering estimates and consider how we could phase our construction needs that we anticipated that we would have, and to confirm our numbers on what were the needs of our system. And AECOM actually had two different teams independently look at the needs of our system and confirm that we do need both additional capacity as well as replacement of Plant 2. We had further community meetings throughout the fall where we helped to educate our community on what are the challenges and needs of our sewer system in all of our wards. And then after we had provided, again, those 4 additional scenarios to the council in October of last year, we then went and had another series of community meetings to gain community feedback about those different scenarios. I think it's important to note that your council asked us again, as has been suggested by your council as well as many in the public, what can we do to try and change those rates? And that's what we have done. Instead of proposing 950, we have determined ways that we could stretch the timing a little bit, to stretch the phasing, and to, yes, consider some financing and bonding. The initial proposal of $950 included no bonding. Your council moved forward with a recommendation that would include some bonding for the large capital costs, but not an overburden of bonding. And so your council has already used some of these policy levers to get that number to be lower, understanding the pros and cons of the different alternatives that we've done essentially as much homework as one can do on this topic. We've considered all the alternatives. And again, your council is trying to balance the pros and cons of those with the February 2026 recommendation to go to 218. And so what was landed on was a number that, as you will note in this graph, is much more comparable to what our benchmark agencies are currently paying. I would suggest that that's a reflection that that's what a sewer system costs to maintain and to run in 2026. But also we found ways, like I noted, to stretch that out and to not increase our rates as quickly as was originally anticipated through those different policy levers. Important to note here on the recommended rates, it does start at $475 and increases over several years, but it's reflective of what it requires to maintain our system. And so the maintenance and operations alone it requires that $475 a year just to maintain and keep up with our operating costs, as well as regular replacement of just aging pipes and aging pump stations, but it does not include enough to completely replace the aging infrastructure at Plant 2 and future expansions, and that's why there are subsequent year increases that would allow us to start to build up that reserve balance. I think it's worth noting, we've heard some numbers shared that there was $111 million of reserves and that there was a $50 million surplus. Just for clarity's sake, there's a difference between surplus and reserve fund. The reserve fund is set aside for the ability to issue debt if necessary, the ability to address catastrophic repairs or catastrophic failures. Your reserve is your set-aside reserve. It is not a surplus. We had over $100 million surplus several years ago. We've been spending, reserve, over $100 million reserve several years ago. We've been spending that down because, number one, it was above the recommended reserve balance, but also that we knew that we needed to go and do this homework and bring this analysis to your council in order to make an important decision, and that gave us some time to be able to finalize that analysis of numbers. At this point, we only have a $50 million reserve, and we're close to going below the recommended reserve number. And if we have no rate increase by next year, we could spend down as close to half of what's left in our reserve. But that's how structurally unbalanced the operation and maintenance costs are for our utility, which is why the recommendation to still move forward with this still sizable rate increase, but one that we have found a way to start at a more measured number and increase also at a measured pace. It's important to come back and note some analysis of the county scenarios as referred and requested from our last meeting. The first piece that I would note is that the county analysis also replicated the same information from our rate study and our cost of service analysis report, and I'll acknowledge that the county took our assumptions based on how much capital improvements we stated that we needed. But from a straight financing perspective, they came up with the same numbers as we did on what it would cost to pay for all of those maintenance costs and capital costs over the same time frame. And so that validates that our numbers are accurate, but there were still suggestions about further policy levers that could be pulled that might further affect the rates. And as I walk through these again, as I noted at our last meeting, these are really alternatives that you've considered in one form or another already in your October scenarios and the scenarios that we brought forward prior to your February vote, which is one is to have much larger bonds than anticipated. And so the county recognized that if you bonded for $700 million in bonds over 3 different bond tranches, that you could keep the rates lower than as recommended by city staff. But again, the council direction related to how much debt comfort there is, as well as the interest that you pay on that debt. And I would again reiterate as staff recommendation that we are concerned over the debt burden that this would produce. Also, it's important to note that bonding in 2027 would bond against some of our operating costs. As we've reached out to our financial advisors around utilities, they're not recommending, they don't feel that we could actually have successful purchases of bonds that would cover operating costs in 2027 versus focusing on more of those capital costs. Scenario 2 also considered a further potential reduction by removing stormwater expenses, and we continue our stance is that the stormwater expenses have nexus in our combined system, and that we've been charging for those services in our wastewater 218 processes for many years. What if we removed those stormwater? There's about $50 million over 10 years of capital improvements anticipated in the stormwater system that would be a burden to the general fund instead of to the utility. And we have not identified any general fund resources that could cover those costs. Even with that reduction of stormwater, it would still require $660 million in bonding. The third scenario is that in addition to continuing to leave out stormwater, that we would also choose not to plan for expansions of the plants that would be reflected in the total costs of our combined system. So the assumptions in that scenario is that we would remove the connection fee revenues, but also remove any expansion costs. And it would still have $320 million in bonds, but it could significantly lower our rates. What I would caution on this one from our analysis is that, again, we have a combined system, and the capacity, what we would call expansion or a rebuild of Plant 2 and even the expansion of Plant 3, it's not just for future units. We just know that there's going to be continued additional capacity flows of even our existing units as well as new units, and it is assumed that we're going to continue to include those connection fee revenues that will help have growth pay for growth. And again, this is a policy consideration of your council, but other actions that we've taken with the general plan and with our permitting streamlining efforts are to allow for more growth, not limiting growth by limiting the capacity expansion of our sewer treatment plants. I will express appreciation to the county. After consulting on this topic, I asked to include an additional scenario that would keep stormwater in, but also reflect the recommendations from Scenario 1 and Scenario 3, which created a Scenario 4, and the county did provide some numbers related to that fourth scenario based on the same process they had used for Scenarios 1 through 3, and it would be about $410 million in bonds if you remove expansion but keep stormwater in, and it basically has the same assumptions as Scenario 1 and Scenario 3, just not Scenario 2. So in aggregate, again, our recommendation as staff is that we've contemplated some of these same potential levers, and the direction from council has been to mitigate some of those large bonding burdens and some of those interest rate costs. We do believe it's important to spread the costs of our capital improvements over time and to share that burden across ratepayers over a long time frame. But if we bond for too much, it shifts the burden too much to future generations as opposed to folks today. One of the other pieces, and this is not a particular criticism of the analysis of the county, just didn't have all that data, that our debt service numbers aren't fully consistent with some of the analysis from the county, and so we still have debt service that we're paying through 2033 and to take on additional debt in 2027 and be able to pay that debt service and that debt capacity also creates some important challenges for us. And so again, always interested in having more options and analysis, but our overarching analysis of the scenarios as presented by the county are that these are considerations we've already been making in leading up to this important decision that tries to balance, again, the pros and cons of waiting and bonding and phasing through all of this. And then just a last reminder, again, on what our process has been since February. We've been going through the 218 process. We had our notices go out on our two separate dates. We also had the notice in the newspaper. It's been on the city website, city social media posts. And then we've had our two public hearings. And we also evaluated all the protest letters that came in, and I'll give some time to the city clerk to just give an accounting to the council of the 218 final process.
Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Following the public hearings held on April 22nd and May 13th for the proposed sewer rate increase, I am providing the final report on the written protests received by the city. The city received a total of 1,403 protest letters. After careful review and verification, 1,186 of those protests were determined to be valid. For the proposed rate increase to be defeated by protest alone, the city must have received 53,212 valid protests by the close of the public hearing on May 13th, 2026. As you can see, the number of valid protests received falls significantly short of that threshold. For the record, all 217 invalid protests were individually reviewed and verified. Those protests were deemed invalid for the following reasons. Property located outside the city's sewer service area. Some protests were received from residents in Lamont, Lake Isabella, Mojave, and Wasco. Duplicate protests from the same property. Property not currently billed for sewer service, primarily vacant parcels. No parcel number or address provided, making it impossible to verify ownership or connection to the service area, and lack of a wet original signature. Staff completed a full accounting of the protests received and maintains documentation of every protest received and the reason for any invalidation. With only 1,186 valid protests against the required 53,212, the protest threshold has not been met. Therefore, the rate increase cannot be defeated by written protest and is now before the council for final action.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mr. Clegg.
At this point, we're just available to take questions from council.
Mr. Clegg, before we go to council, we've had some concerns from the public, and you talked about this earlier, about surplus and reserves. Would you just elaborate a bit on that? Sometimes we take those terms for granted, and just for the sake of the public, just elaborate.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity because I even misused one of those words in my own presentation and corrected myself. But our reserves are set-asides against emergencies, catastrophic failures, against our ability to, sometimes it's important to actually, and we plan to build up our reserves over the first 3 years of this new rate increase, that we'll actually be putting money in the bank to then pay for the larger capital costs that you can't pay in any one given year in addition to the bonding. Whereas a surplus is if you receive more revenues than you spend out in a particular year. And so we have not had surplus in the sewer enterprise for many years. If you go back many, many years, there were some years where we were, again, collecting more revenues than expenditures, but that has not been the case for many years now. And so we have not had any surpluses. We do not have a surplus. We actually have a deficit in our spending in the sewer enterprise current year, and next year that deficit grows. But the reserve is just a good fiscal practice to have that set aside against potential significant issues.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. And now Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the neighbors and constituents of our city that have come to voice their concerns as well. I think like so many things, we as city leaders have inherited the decisions made before us, and a younger generation like myself can identify that we are also inheriting things like the housing crisis, the affordability crisis because of decisions made in generations before us, or non-decisions as well. But I think at the same time, I can appreciate, and I do appreciate the work that the staff has done. At the same time, I think two things can be true at once, that our residents have over and over and over again expressed to us that this is going to cause a further affordability crisis within their homes. And we are keenly aware of how we have upset our neighbors and the residents of our city. And as city leaders, it's our job to plan and predict, which we are doing. Not just today, but for tomorrow as well. And it's on us to be most aware of where we need to design a plan for tomorrow while also addressing neglect of yesterday. But when we first started discussing this rate increase, I had made the request that we design a program for those who are on a fixed income, our seniors, our veterans, and in the absence of a program like that for those who are on limited incomes that are not going to have the ability to increase their wages, like maybe folks do in other parts of the city, it is incredibly important. It's incredibly important for us to design a program of that kind if we're asking for people to pay more, while not designing a program that's going to alleviate the burden of a program like that on those who are not able to pay it. And that's not just people on fixed incomes today. And I think it's on us to also be the most aware of what our families are facing at home. Throughout our city, over and over again, it's expressed to me as well that this is a cost burden not on just an individual, but also people who are taking care of their elderly parents, who will then have a double raised cost on their incomes. We have to keep in mind what people are sitting down with, what bills are sitting down with at their dinner table, and what they are contending with today. People are delaying one bill for another, and that's the reality of our residents of our city today. So there's 2 or 3 reasons primarily why I cannot support a rate increase and have expressed why I cannot support this. Number 1, it's the lack of a program for those who are on a fixed income. Number 2 is timing. Right now, families are hurting the most. We hear that over and over again from the protest letters, being stopped in the streets, hearing from constituents, calls, emails. And it's, number 3 is also that residents are not unaware of what the risk is. As a city planner, I understand the needs of infrastructure. I understand how urgent this is and can be, but timing is everything. And right now cannot be the absolute time that we need to put an additional burden on the families of our city. And residents, while have understood, even in our town halls and even in our meetings within my own ward, our residents have said, we understand that this infrastructure needs to exist. Our question is just why now? And I think our rollout and that responsibility fell on us. And still our residents ask is, please find a better way for us to afford this infrastructure that our city is going to need. So I do feel we could have done a better job here, and for the reasons I've stated, I'd like to make the motion today to deny this rate increase.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Others who wish to speak? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank a few people. First and foremost, thanks to all the folks who have showed up tonight and who have showed up at various different town hall meetings and past city council meetings. It really means a lot. Big shout out to one of my constituents in Oleander Sunset, Ms. Catalina Maldonado. Thank you so much for your advocacy and also providing leadership in the community, you know, circulating letters and collecting signatures. I know you've spent a lot of time on that effort, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that. I also want to thank Ms. Elsa Martinez from the county, the Assistant County Administrator, who has been gracious enough to spend some time with me and walk me through some of the plans that, or some of the concepts that the county had prepared for our consideration as well. I think it's really important that the city and the county work as closely as possible, and I've seen evidence a lot of good work among city staff and county staff over the years, and I'd like to see that continue, particularly as we try to address some of these more critical issues. Look, you know, this is a tough time. It is tough for lots and lots of families. And that's not just rhetoric. We hear about it all the time. Many of us on the council are experiencing, you know, some financial strain in our own household budgets. We see the cost of everything up. And so just another increase is not welcomed. And I know everyone up here as elected members of this community do not feel good about considering a potential rate increase. But we have to understand, I mean, there is a issue with our sewer system. You know, infrastructure is always invisible until there's a problem. And when there's a problem, it's a real problem. And it gets very expensive to fix those problems. And I know firsthand, representing the oldest part of the city, since we last met, there have been 2 sewer-related issues in Ward 2. One in Old Town Kern, where we had a blockage and required city crews to come out over the weekend and the evening, interrupted businesses. And number 2, in a residential neighborhood in Oleander Sunset. There's a sewer line that actually runs through the backyards of the houses in Oleander. And I've been clamoring for City Hall to address this and to initiate a capital project to remove that line or abandon that line and to add a new line through the street. And it is long overdue. That line gets backed up regularly. And it's embarrassing as a city that we have those types of issues in our community. And those are the real issues that we're facing today. Our sewer system in some places of our city is already failing today. And many of my constituents are, you know, suffering those consequences. And so I shudder to think about what we do, where we will be as a city should we not act. It would be leadership malpractice. Should we not take some action tonight? So I wanted to work with the county and work with the CMO to see if there might be another way, another path, so that we can reduce rates in the short run, making it more palpable for households today, but also allow the city to address some of those maintenance issues, operations issues, and then also work towards larger projects in the future. And I recognize that many on the council do not want to bond too much, but I would argue that most of us, when we make large purchases, don't have the capital on hand to purchase things outright. When, you know, I bought a car, I had to finance it. When most people buy homes, they have to pull a mortgage. Most people don't have the cash on hand to just purchase these things outright. And sometimes, yes, we do have to pay a little interest in order to make it more affordable in the short term. And I would argue that in this particular moment in time for many, many, many of our families, given the high cost of gas and utilities and cost of everything, that we look towards another option similar to option one that the county has provided, where we bond earlier in 2027, 2030, and 2033, and that we initiate a lower rate in year one. And I'm going to stop right there because I want to ask City Manager Clegg, if we were to pursue that, what is the lowest rate that staff believes we could propose or approve while still servicing that debt and also addressing some of our other issues?
Thanks, Councilmember. There's two different pieces to when we say operations and maintenance. And so the 475 is based off of our ability to continue just regular operations, but has some regular maintenance in there as well. The 475 won't cover Plant 2 replacement or Plant 3, upgrades or future expansions. But we do have, in the first 2 years, about 30 of our CIP project, about $30 million worth of maintenance. That's replacing pipes, it's replacing lift stations, it's some standard maintenance at our plants. That there's a certain portion of the total maintenance and operation costs that could potentially be covered by bonding. Again, we've been advised by our financial advisors we can't bond for the straight operations, and I wouldn't recommend also bonding against the straight operations. But if you take some of those capital costs that are maintenance capital costs out of the first couple of years, you can probably get to a rate that's closer to $400. What is a concern there is that if we delay even those, we fall further behind. We have more catch-up work to do in 2 or 3 years. And so, again, I wouldn't delay those too much. You could potentially start a first tranche of bonding a little bit sooner and have a rate that's closer to $400, but then it would still need to see those same types of increases over the 5-year period to get up to an amount that would start to generate enough revenues to both put some money in the bank and pay debt service for the future larger replacements. So I think it would probably be in that $400 range with those each, a year, $100 increase. I think the pros and cons to that is it would slightly lower the costs. It creates probably a little bit more of a debt burden. It could potentially risk delaying a little bit for our maintenance, and we don't want to delay that very much. But those are probably the trade-offs.
Okay. And in terms of approving a rate increase, we're not obligated to approve all 5 years. We can approve 3 years, for example.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to make a motion tonight that we pursue the county scenario, pursuing bonding in earlier years, setting the year one rate at $400, increasing it to $500 in year 2, $600 in year 3, and then coming back to council for year 4 and 5, a 3-year rate plan. That's my motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I, from the beginning, have not liked the idea of bonding so much. The term was used, generational equity, and we talk about the U.S. debt and how the future generations would, it's always easy to spend their money. And that's essentially what we're doing. For every dollar you bond, you're creating another dollar in tax for a future generation. So if we borrow $700 million, then we will pay an additional $700 million in interest, which is an additional tax on those future taxpayers. So I am not for that. I think our number one duty is public health and safety, and our lifespans are 20 years longer because of sewer systems. Sewer is important. It is public health and safety. It is never the right time to raise fees or taxes, but it's always the right time to create public health and safety. It's $5 a week, as has been stated before. So I will make the motion to adopt staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Others who wish to speak? Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I remember being two months into this elected position, being hit with this, and I was just like wanted to throw up. And I told my wife and kids, like, maybe this isn't for me. This is awful, because this stinks. It bothers me because my whole life nothing was ever done about this. My whole life growing up in Bakersfield, decades of living in this town, and nothing was ever done because maybe this would come up and there's something else going on in the world, or something else going on in the community, or something else going on in the political scene. And it's absolutely awful to have to raise this, but we're going into debt every year that we don't do something about this. This is a part of our infrastructure that would completely destroy our community and our town to where we wouldn't even have a Bakersfield anymore. I met with my ward, and I have Kern City, a lot of elderly people in my ward, and spent a lot of time meeting with them and going over plans and ideas, and nobody is happy about this, but we understand something has to be done, and sometimes, not kicking the can down the road for the next generation it's the right thing to do. It's a tough thing. I'm glad it's only a $5 increase every week, but still, to some people, that's a lot of money. And I recognize that. And my commitment to my ward and my people is that, we would move through this together, and they wouldn't be on their own. And I stand by this, but I don't stand by letting this go down another year down the road to come back to bite us in the butt. My commitment as an elected official for my city and my ward is to make sure that our city is no longer neglecting infrastructure. We're not just putting things down the road just because it's uncomfortable to talk about, but also that we're being good stewards of our city's money. And that's a difficult thing because there's 7 city council elected officials up here, and we're all passionate about certain things in our community. It doesn't mean that any of us are right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just what we fight for. And I think at our core, as a city, we need to provide solid infrastructure. That's what we pay taxes for. I want my taxes to make sure that I have infrastructure to live and do what I do with my family. And so I never want to be taxed more, but I recognize that this is something that we need to do. We're going to hit, if we keep kicking this down the road, there will be parts of our sewage infrastructure that will hit 100 years old. It's going to hit 100 years old and not have a budget to update it. That could fail and destroy our community at any point in time. I have kids that I have to look out for. I don't want them or my grandkids to have to carry this burden and have to sit up here and figure out how we're going to fix this situation that our previous generations neglected to take care of us. It's incredibly uncomfortable. It's a super horrible thing to sit here and have to make a decision that's going to impact people in a negative light. But the right thing to do is to make sure that we're protecting our community and our generation for days. I'm glad that we dialed it back a little bit from where it was last year, and I think that this is a rough spot to be in, but it's still a little bit more tolerable than it was last year. And that concludes my remarks. I support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Clegg, you made reference and used the phrase, an overburden of bonding. What are the consequences of taking out a bond in the near future, in the amount, close to what the county is proposing? I can't find the report, but my understanding is that it's close to the amount of 700 million. What are the potential financial burdens that could be placed on the city and its taxpayers should we go down that route?
Yeah, thank you, council member. And I would just reiterate too, and it's not precisely the question you asked, but in fairness to the conversation, it does help to spread costs over time. That is one of the values of bonding. And as a reminder, the recommended rate includes bonding. And we also gave council a scenario that would have a $400 million bond. And, at the time that was the direction from council was that's too much of a debt burden. And then we've seen proposals for $600 and $700 million in bonding that would also help to lower those rates. Mr. McKeegan is in the audience. He can probably answer this question a little bit better than I can, Randy, if you could help come forward. But it's not a one-to-one increase in the overall cost, but it is very close. And so over a 30-year period, even at a reasonable interest rate, you don't end up paying essentially double, but it is in an order of magnitude that is hundreds of millions of dollars. So if Randy, you could speak to that.
Mr. McKeegan?
Good evening. So when we look at our bonding capacity, the easiest way I look at it is $100 million is about $75 million in interest. So just to add that up, so if we were to borrow $700 million, we're talking about over $515 million in interest costs over the 30 years. So we talked about this when we initially were looking at the bonds, and that was about what we were looking at. And one of the challenges with bonds, in addition to that, is you have to have rates that allow you to have a specific reserve to cover the costs of the bond. And I don't have the analysis of what we're going to bond, but it does require that rates have to stay at that level for 30 years so that we have adequate debt coverage ratios. And so once I get a bond number, I could come up with what that actual dollar amount is. But you don't just bond and have to pay it back, but you have to have a specific reserve in place to cover your debt service coverage.
So I suppose the big takeaway from that is that this will not only put an additional financial burden on the city and its taxpayers, but we've had conversation here in this room about the needs for future growth of our city and the potential need of an additional sewer plant. So how does that impact a future decision? I suppose what could it potentially do for the city, say 10 years when we need to?
Well, it really is dependent on, obviously, the decisions that are made and what we're bonding for this particular expansion or refurbishment of Plant 2, as an example. What is that next plant going to have to when is that going to have to come online? I don't want to overstate whatever limitations that I would really need. I think the best approach is to come up. I mean, we had a plan. If that doesn't move forward, then the best approach would be to understand what we would have to bond in the near term and the long term, and understand what the rates need to be over that. I don't want to speak out of turn and provide a number that isn't really based on the information that in the direction we're going to go. So it really is dependent on what are we bonding for, how long that, when are those bond trigger points going to be, and then we could really provide analysis on that. But it really is bonding for, let's just say $500 million or $700 million. It creates a level of commitment for 30 years that we do have to mitigate and manage.
Thank you. Just to make it clear, from your standpoint, would it be a bad financial practice for us to stack bonds in this amount?
I have not fully analyzed. I mean, our staff at the water department did provide some analysis, but the first round of bonding, based on my review of it, was bonding for operational costs, regular maintenance, and that creates challenges with rating agencies. They're not going to view that as a viable reason to borrow. They're looking at, are you expanding the system? Are you improving the system? But if you're borrowing to cover your operating costs, your rating is, you may not even get a rating, honestly. So it just depends. If we're going to lever it up, let's just say not borrowing against operating costs, but you do $200 million or in 3 years and going up to $800 million or $700 million. This is just the finance director talking. Back when we offered the $900 rate, I thought that was the most fiscally responsible approach because you didn't borrow anything. But again, going back to generational, spreading the cost to the next generation, that does add value. But as the finance director, I just look at the dollars and cents of situations. So.
If I may, Councilmember, I'll just add one piece there. As staff, we're not opposed to having multiple tranches of bonding that stack. It's the question is the amounts, because you don't want to bond more than you need too early, because then you start paying interest on that. And sometimes bonding in tranches or phases can help also sort of spread the costs and phase appropriately. But if we're bonding $120 million and then $180 million and another $400 million, that's where our recommendation would be that it is not a good fiscal practice to carry bonds that are that large.
It really is dependent on if you have a plan in place to do an expansion or refurbishment of Plant 2 in 3 years, you're going to then borrowing for that portion of that makes some sense. But my understanding is there's still the timing of all that is still not in place yet. So we don't really know when those plans are going to be ready to go and when we could actually trigger that borrowing.
Thank you for that clarification. And I agree. I think the amounts and the degree to which we bond is the key component to that bonding question. To be clear, with the proposal as recommended by city staff, that does not include a single dollar for construction of a future Plant 4 for our sewer system.
Councilmember Arias, and I'll ask Ms. Roldan to clarify if I'm off on this, but that is correct. What this pays for is our temporary capacity building by rehabbing Plant 2, by also expanding capacity at Plant 3, doing all of our other regular maintenance, and it includes planning dollars for Plant 4, but not all of the construction dollars. However, I think this is an important point, and I don't mean to muddy the waters, but this is a reality, is that because we have much more solid numbers than we used to. At our last public hearing, we noted that because of the engineering work that AECOM did to think about how we could phase and do some cost savings, the total burden between now and 2050 of CIP costs went from $1.5 billion to $1.2 billion. And $300 million in savings is no small thing. But we haven't gone to 60% or 100% design on Plant 2 improvements. And then we'll have to look at, and we also looked at ways that we could actually site Plant 4 at a more advantageous site that wouldn't cost us more monies. That was part of that large savings. And so if we tried to predict all the way through, let's say 10 years of rates, honestly, that's too far out to have a really great sense of what the actual costs are going to be, and will rates cover those. And so I do think, even though we've suggested that, hey, we may need to raise rates over a 7-year period instead of a 5-year period to help stretch that out, we really need to get through that first 3 to 5 years and then reassess the numbers. And My assumption is that I think we're going to be in a good spot because we're building up a little bit more our fund reserve balance in anticipation of rebuilding Plant 2. That's a good time to then consider what's the right amount of bonds to pull. Can we keep those rates flat at that 5th year number for several years by then bonding out, because we've now built up our capacity to pay for that debt service and we've got further plans. And so I think we're going to have a better sense of Plant 4 costs and whether or not our rate structure is going to be enough to finance that versus raise rates to pay for more of it by cash.
Great. And I think my argument tonight is that a future council should have the flexibility to go out and bond to a large degree should they need to in that moment. And I think that by accepting city's staff's recommendation tonight, this enables them to be able to do that at a future date. But I'll just make a statement for the public that I believe that I was elected not to pursue the most politically savory option, but rather to make the best decision on behalf of the city of Bakersfield. And even if it's an unsavory decision that we unfortunately have to make tonight, I think it's the fiscally responsible one. So I'm in support of city staff's proposal as recommended, but I refuse to believe that there's nothing that we can do to help support taxpayers who are particularly on a very low income and also a fixed income. And in fact, at the last city council meeting, we had an individual come before the council and share that they believed that a $5 million allocation would help support in a pretty significant way many of those households that are facing that financial situation. So my question is to city staff, what is our analysis of that $5 million allocation? Is that too much? Is that too little? What sort of positive impact would that have on some of those households?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. Our analysis is that well, let me start by saying some of the other numbers that we put out there were $500,000, $1 million. I don't believe that $500,000 or $1 million would make a significant reduction in costs based on the number of customers that based off of some demographic data that we did collect as we followed up on Councilmember Corr's referral to look at this program. And we think that there could be as many as 20 to 25,000 customers who could qualify for some kind of assistance, depending on at what level council determines is the level where you start providing assistance. But if it were similar to some of the PG&E or Cal Water programs, that could be as many as 1 in 4 of our customers. And so, at $500,000 or $1 million, it doesn't make a really big impact. I do think, wasn't your question, but I will just posit that coming up with a $5 million number would be a financial challenge for the city. But I do feel like if you're in a range of $2.5 to $3 million, you're making a significant impact in what the rates are. That also balances the potential for the city to be able to manage that fiscal impact. I would also, again, share a suggestion, without a question, that our capacity to do that on an ongoing basis, I strongly question. If the city council determines to use some of your capital outlay dollars or contingency dollars in that mode, I think we're more likely to be able to prioritize existing resources if that's a priority of the council at a number that could be significant to the community, but I don't think we have the capacity to do that on an ongoing basis.
And is it the case that we are projecting an end-of-year fund balance of several $1 million at the end of this fiscal year?
I'll ask Mr. McKeegan to speak to that. We do anticipate some one-time monies, but I don't think significant. I think probably more to the point, though, is thinking about our capital outlay. Your council looked at that at our last budget workshop, and that we have about $13 million in total capital outlay, and your council determined to or gave a direction to staff to bring back a budget that would allocate more like about $8 million of those dollars, not 13 million, but there were several other potential capital projects, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, jail beds, and this program that were all considered as something that could be revisited at a future date from those capital dollars. That's one consideration, but I'll let Mr. McKeegan speak to the year-end fund balance.
So the question was related to the general fund balance. Is that what you're
inclusive of our capital outlay projections?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, there are available dollars, and specifically in the capital outlay, not hundreds of millions of dollars at all. There are portions in there from savings from existing projects, as an example, but that's not an ongoing amount. So I would venture to say, as to City Manager Clegg's point, there's about $5 million of contingency dollars currently available, I guess you say appropriated for this upcoming fiscal year. And then there's probably a few million dollars available from projects that are lapsing that have savings from current year projects in the CIP. As for the general fund, I think we've covered the ground on this, specifically related to building a general fund that is sustainable with ongoing revenue covering ongoing expenditure costs and growth. And we are building a plan that has significant reductions in staffing that allow us to get to that sustainable portion, a sustainable level, but to commit some of those dollars to a program like this that does change the metric a bit, and we would have to readjust the reductions in personnel to cover a $2.5 to $5 million commitment of general fund dollars ongoing. I would assume that's an ongoing commitment. So.
Thank you. And I'll clarify that my line of questioning, has the baked-in assumption that this would be a one-time program. So before I make an additional motion to what's already on the table, I'll just share that while we may not be in dire crisis today as a city, there are many families and households out there that are in crisis. Filled up my tank last night, $6 a gallon. We see prices soaring and increasing in ways that we have not seen in a very long time. And so I will make the motion tonight that we adopt staff's recommendation with the expectation at the end of this fiscal year that staff bring back a program, a one-time program that allocates some dollars appropriate for those very low income households and fixed income households to help offset the costs and increases of tonight's sewer rate increase. Thank you.
I think I understand that motion, council member. You also made a comment about one time. Should we assume that in our analysis that we bring back, if your motion is successful, that it's a one time?
That's correct.
There's a question just on when you mentioned after the end of the fiscal year. Were you anticipating by the end of June 30, or you're referencing later in the summer after we've closed the books on the fiscal year?
My hope is that when taxpayers have to go back to pay this increase, that we have a program in place that will help offset the costs.
And we anticipate the first tax bills, which goes on a property tax assessment, would be in the fall, so it'd be October, November.
Thank you.
Would you like to clarify that any further?
I think we have the clarity we need. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councilmember Arias? Thank you. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I wanted to reiterate Councilmember Gonzalez's mention of staff and all the work that has gone into this over time. Specifically, I wanted to point out Yvette Roldan is in the back over there. She's the Assistant Director of Wastewater, along with Christina Budak, who's not here. She's on vacation. So, but they put together a very, very thorough plan that has held up over at least 4 independent reviews. Nobody has challenged, nobody has disputed any of their findings or their projections. No one has said that the projected items didn't need to be done or they wouldn't cost that much. The only thing that's ever been disputed is how to pay for it. Nobody's ever come back and say, no, you don't need to have that rate. This has been the most transparent thing the city's done in the 30 years I've been here. There's really nothing left to really explain or talk about. It's already been explained and talked about. It's never a good time to do rate increases. I'm not a big fan of taxes and those kind of things. But in this case, this is a tax of something that you use every day, and whether you know it or not. And I assert that some people didn't know we were charging them for sewer rate until we went to raise it. So here we are. There is never a good time to do this kind of thing. Doing nothing is not an option. We have to do something. We considered all the alternatives and chose a blend of rate increase and bonding. If you remember in the discussion in the last year's plan, had no bonding. It was all rate increase. And we went back and looked at it, and there were some proposals from Current Tax and some other groups. And there was a range of bonding numbers, and we really felt like we settled on a number for bonding of, I don't know, it's $250 million, something of that nature, that was palatable, that was responsible, and didn't overburden the system. The other plans that talk about $750 million worth of bonding will pay enough in interest on those bonds to pay for another plant. That's how much money we would pay. And it's just unfathomable that we would consider doing that. I don't want to put the burden on future generations. What the people will be paying in 2068 will still be paying for this. And most of their payment, if it didn't change, would be going to the interest on the bonds. So, so I wanted to talk about the reserve setting for people that can't pay for it. And I understand that, it's $20 a month, and I understand for some people $20 a month is a burden. But for us to say that we can put aside a reserve to pay for some people means that we have money to spend, and we just don't. We don't have the money built into the enterprise. As a matter of fact, we can't pay for these in the enterprise. Under the 218 proposal, we couldn't include that in there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that would have to come out of general fund. And general fund is strapped. We continue to have flat revenues and increasing expenses. So I'm unclear where that money is going to come from. And then for the last part, to just pick a random number for some efficiency tonight, kind of defeats all the research and analysis and time spent by staff, by consultants and all the actuaries that calculate the bond rates and all that, it diminishes that to some arbitrary number that we want to throw in tonight. So I did a little calculation, and by changing that, it would probably save a person $7 a month. So I don't see it has a significant impact on the rate. The rate would still go up significantly. So for me, we have to act now. We have to get this done. So I support the plan as it was submitted by staff. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. As I have been listening to my colleagues, I'm reflecting on a saying I used to say a lot, in that what's politically popular isn't always good public policy, and what's good public policy isn't always politically popular. And certainly this is not popular at all. But it is necessary, and there is a need for us to address our sewer infrastructure. My proposal was in an effort to reduce costs in the short term, to ease the burden for our, our ratepayers as they are experiencing an affordability crisis. After hearing my colleagues, though, I understand that the direction is headed in a different one. I just want to make this comment. As I heard Councilmember Bashir Tosh talk about going home to his family and being sick to his stomach, I can empathize with that, because this has made me sick to my stomach for quite some time, thinking through this and thinking about it. And I know it's very easy for anyone up here to vote this down because it might be politically advantageous, but I also recognize that all of us up here want to do the best for the city. And I heard that from Councilmember Bashir Tosh, that he was elected to do what's in the best interest of the city, and so was I. And I really believe that in all my heart. And so I will join my colleagues in voting in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to agree with Councilmember Coleman's analysis of the additional and trying to help a certain amount of people with the general fund money that we don't have. I'm not in favor of that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Are there any other requests to speak? Councilmember Weir? Yes. Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the lines with Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Arias.
Eric, yeah. On the same line or thought that you had going, it reminded me of a way that we kind of softened the blow a little bit for the most needy people that really couldn't muster the finances they had to do that, to make their tax payment. And so years ago, we sat down and we figured out a way that we could get the tax payments made, and then we would reimburse the lowest of the lowest families a portion of what they paid us in property taxes. The property tax had to be paid, everything was there, but we reimbursed them a portion of the property tax or the fee or whatever. And that really helped a lot of people. It didn't take, it wasn't a bazillion dollars. It was a reasonable amount of money. And I think it was something that, when people walked away, they were happy as could be. So there is something to that. and it's probably something worth checking into. It doesn't change our things that we're talking about up here, but it gives them a little bit of pride back in they can actually manage their own home and their own finances that way. It was really popular, and it worked extremely well. So that, Eric, it's the same line that you were talking about, and we did it 1 year, and then the next year we came back and gave a smaller number, and the third year, you're on your own. But that was an amazing program, and we should probably give this thought to something like that.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember. And I agree. I will not give up this fight. I think that this council has the opportunity, maybe not tonight, but as we conclude this fiscal year, we will have an opportunity to decide whether we want dollars to go to a program that will help assist families who are on fixed incomes or very low incomes, or we could decide to pursue capital projects that we have already considered, that are pending on our CIP list, that we have already reviewed, pedestrian bridges, other roads improvement projects, many of which I will not disagree, I think are much needed investments in the city. But when our taxpayers are feeling this financial pain, I think we should consider making an allocation that can help them today so that they can buy a little bit more time to make ends meet and figure out how they're going to pay the cost year over year with these rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
City Manager Clegg, when was the referral I made to create this fixed income program? Can you please elaborate? Do you recall when I first made this referral?
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I do not recall. I believe it was close to the time of when the Prop 218 initial notice was voted on by council, so that would have been February or March.
February, March of this year.
Correct.
Has there been any research done into creating a program? Has there been any movement? Has there been any progress? As we've heard updates on the sewer rate increase, I never once heard any follow-up about this such program. Maybe research was done to compare it to programs like the one in the city of Fresno, which is a reference I also provided to you. So my question is, why did this research or why did this program not come at the same time as us having to make this vote and this decision that's now also prompting Councilmember Arias to make the referral when this referral has already been made earlier in this year?
So, Vice Mayor, just respectfully, we did share feedback about this at our April public hearing item on this same topic, that we had research done, particularly of the City of Sacramento's program. Actually, the City of Fresno program we didn't see as comparable, but the City of Sacramento has a program. We looked at what are the total costs, how are they generating those revenues. I shared back with this council that they are generating those revenues by, it's a tax against the enterprise that goes back into the general fund, and then those general fund dollars are spent on enterprise customers. And that we looked at the tiers that they had, but at the time my communication to council was, absent a budget appropriation, we didn't have really the ability to finalize a program to know how many dollars were available, so that then we could say, how do you split those up and what tiers do you create? And so I'd recommended that, in the budget process, to receive direction from council about what that appropriation would be. And so we put it on as a additional optional capital outlay item that was also reviewed at the May 18th budget workshop of the council, and was recommended. I would say there was a consensus direction from the council members that were at that workshop to include that item as well as other items as a future consideration, that those $5 million of capital outlay were set to be set aside as a contingency to be reviewed at a future date of council as to how to allocate those $5 million. And one of those potential programs was this sewer assistance fund.
So, in summary, you were just waiting on an allocation into the budget, whereas it wasn't being created as a part of this rate increase itself. I guess the concern kind of, right, you can't create it, but in terms of presenting it as giving options, as we are now doing today anyway, I guess a concern lies in, the attempts made, the concern raised, and then still reaching a point where, we have residents present and those who continue to voice the same concern, and some concern voicing it for their neighbors. The concern lies in that is being able to present the public with those same options that the city is exploring it, or having those sorts of updates, or how we get to the point of creating a program of that sort. So how does the motion today made by Councilmember Arias, how do we actualize that? How do we make sure that it comes to fruition?
Well, again, Vice Mayor, respectfully, a referral is very different from a motion that is voted on by the full body of the council. We did take action on the referral. We did bring the information back, but we have yet to have a majority vote of the council to take the next step to effectuate that recommendation. But it has been made as a motion tonight, and if that motion prevails, then staff will bring back recommendations related to that. I would anticipate sometime in late summer, early fall, just to be clear that it would be after the fiscal year has closed. We can evaluate our year-end fund balance, but it's still ahead of the first tax assessment that would come later in the fall. But with a council motion tonight and a subsequent appropriation of specific dollars, then we can bring recommendations back to the council.
Anything further? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I fully support Councilmember Arias's motion. I think it's really important that we address the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. And I believe that there is a way to do that. And I want to point out and remind this council and the public that a while back, the city actually transferred around $8 million of one-time federal ARPA funds into the fund balance. These dollars were allocated from the federal government for disadvantaged communities. And so I think it's only appropriate for us to utilize some of those dollars within fund balance to assist those families who are most in need as we seek this rate increase. And so I want to fully support your motion and make a referral that the staff come back at our budget hearing at time of budget adoption with a plan to use those dollars in fund balance from those one-time ARPA allocation.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Anyone else? Madam City Attorney, do you wish to comment?
Not unless you're ready, Mayor. I've got it all written down for you.
Okay. So we have 4 motions before us. Would you like to state the one that we're going to take first, which will be Councilmember Arias's?
Absolutely. I have 4 motions, as you indicated, on the table, Mayor and council members. As you know, we take the last motion first, and that would be Councilmember Arias. And that motion is to adopt staff's recommendation with direction, not a referral, direction, that staff shall develop a one-time allocation appropriation to very low and low-income homes beginning next fiscal year. If that motion passes, we are done. If that motion fails, we go to the next motion, which is Councilmember Smith, and that is simply to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. So we are, Councilmember Arias.
I just want to clarify one point. I heard very low, on my motion, very low and low income. I meant for that to be very low and fixed income residents and households.
Thank you.
So we have a motion. We're going to take Councilmember Arias's motion that the city attorney just read. You have a motion? Oh. Okay, and Vice Mayor is asking for the staff's recommendation motion. If you could read that, please.
The staff's recommendation is to approve the Prop 218 sewer increase as presented by the city manager.
Thank you. So you have a motion, which is Councilmember Arias's motion. Please cast your votes.
Mayor Go, we are having technical issues. May I conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Core,
No.
Councilmember Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Weir,
No.
Councilmember Smith.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Coman,
No.
and Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
No.
So the motion fails, and we will now go on to the motion, staff's recommendation, which is the 218 proposal. You have a motion. Please cast your votes. Oh, this is staff's recommendation. Councilmember Smith's.
Just for the record, the next motion is Councilmember Smith's to adopt staff's recommendation, which was the city manager's presentation to approve the Prop 218 sewer increase.
Vice Mayor Core,
No.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Weir,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Coman,
Yes.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Yes.
Motion passes with Vice Mayor Core and Councilmember Weir voting no.
Thank you. And now we probably should take another quick break before we go on to new business, item 11. So let's take 10 minutes.
I thought the last one was a quick break.
This is a quick one. Reconvening at 8:24. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business, item 11A, accept bid and approve contract with Griffith Company for the H Street Corridor Improvement Projects.
Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll turn time over to Zach Meyer and Paul Archer for this presentation.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This project is to award a bid to Griffith Company to do a complete street project on H Street. It's one of the major corridors going into downtown Bakersfield. The project boundaries runs from Highway 58 to State Route 204. The project, the bid was $14.3 million. Roughly about 85% of that money will be paid with federal and tax dollars in the form of grants of CMAQ and ATP. The other 15% will have to come from local dollars, which is a blend of mostly gas tax, but some small amounts of PSVS and some general fund. Overall, with the complete street project, it is going to prioritize safety for cyclists, pedestrians, slow down or perform basically many traffic calming elements, as well as improve overall safety for pedestrians. And to go into more detail on the project timeline, the outreach we did to the community, as well as discuss some of those traffic calming elements in more detail, I'm going to turn over to Assistant Public Works Director Paul Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Paul Archer, Assistant Public Works Director. This isn't something we normally do to discuss award of a bid for a project, but this project is extremely large and important for what we've been doing in public works with our traffic calming and multimodal transportation efforts here in the last few years. So an overview of the project. This actually isn't the first time that you've seen some of these elements. The Downtown Bakersfield Corridor Enhancement Master Plan discussed not only 8th Street, but Chester and other corridors through the downtown, and how we can improve those corridors for beautification with landscaping, as well as with supporting mobility options for everybody that uses the road. Council made a clear priority to provide safe and accessible corridors with the Multimodal Transportation and Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Committee, which is now a full committee, in addition to the Complete Streets Resolution 108 in 2023, as well as the ordinance change that resulted in Public Works really putting the foot down on the gas with some of these traffic calming and multimodal elements. As Mr. Meyer stated, the project limits are along H Street from State Route 58 to 204, about 2.3 miles. So currently we have south of 24th Street is 4 lanes with no center turn lane for most of the area. And then north of 24th, it lowers down to 1 travel lane in each direction with a center turn lane. So we want to discuss why slow down, why traffic calming, what's the importance of traffic calming. The graph on the right shows the impact of speed to injuries and fatalities with vehicle versus pedestrians. As you increase speed, it makes sense. People will not survive those impacts and those collisions. So what we're trying to do is provide safe roadway improvements for all users of the road, as well as balance the ability for people to get where they're going in a vehicle. We want everybody to be able to use the road effectively and safely. And that is what we're trying to do with a lot of these traffic calming and multimodal enhancements. It's meant to establish a compromise in accessibility to drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Some of the outreach that we did for this project included multiple meetings here in this room, as well as at Bakersfield High School. And we also walked the entire corridor and put door hangers and talked to business owners as well as residents along the entire stretch of the project. There was a lot of feedback that we received through those meetings and in those conversations on the street. Most of the feedback was that people drive too fast. There were a lot of anecdotal descriptions of accidents and people getting hurt on H or near misses. And that pushed us to provide some traffic calming improvements, as well as multimodal access along the entire corridor. Why H Street? So we looked at the TIMS data, at the collision data. We looked at BPD data and the number of accidents that are along this corridor. We see BPD shows 319 total collisions in the past 5 years. 67 vehicle crashes with 67 injuries. 7 bicycle crashes with a fatality. 18 pedestrian crashes with a fatality and 3 severe injuries. There was a member of the public earlier today that spoke about Harris, and they discussed how a lot of the collisions actually aren't reported. And that just goes to further enhance what we're trying to do with improving the safety along this corridor. So what's construction going to look like? We're breaking this up into 4 phases so that we can impact the public as little as possible. We have the southern corridor from 58 to California. This includes lane configuration, bicycle lane installation, and pedestrian crossing improvements. We have the Bakersfield High School adjacent area. There's no reduction in lanes here. This will be 4 lanes. This was the highest traffic densities that we saw, and we felt that it was important to not reduce the lane numbers between California and Truxtun. Central downtown, Truxtun Avenue to 24th Street. Again, we'll be doing the lane reduction and the center turn lane. And then the northern corridor north of 24th Street will remain the same, but we'll have much of the same improvements. So the design features that are included, we have rectangular rapid flashing beacons. We'll have 6 of those, including one at a traffic circle at 28th Street. We'll have bulb outs at every intersection, 30 intersections along the entire corridor, and we'll have bike lanes on each side of the road. We'll be installing 74 decorative lights, exactly what we see down here along Chester and at Garces Circle, along the entire corridor. We will repave the entire road with rubber HMA. We will maintain the parking along the entire corridor, which was a critical component for businesses along H Street. And we'll be planting 174 trees and doing landscaping along the entire corridor. If you have any questions, I am here.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Any further comments?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Thank you. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to a later meeting. I saw the agenda for this item and was completely shook because there was no information with such a big price tag. And then getting here and seeing this, I had a lot of constituents reach out. They were concerned because they had no idea what this meant. And I think it's unfair for this, just as massive as it is, to make a decision off of 5 minutes. I think we owe it to our constituents and transparency in light of all of that to continue this to the next meeting. I would be fine with just the next meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Clegg, what would that do to this project if we were to continue it to the next meeting? I just want to understand.
Yeah, good question, Councilmember Gonzalez, and I'll ask Mr. Archer, Mr. Meyer to fill in the gaps here. But typically on a project like this, 1 meeting delay wouldn't have much of an impact. This one, because we have grant funding that has a certain timeline, and actually more importantly, we're hoping to go to construction in a timeline that would allow us to do the portions around Bakersfield High School during the summer months to reduce the impacts to the flow in and out of the school during non-school months. But I'll let Mr. Meyer, Mr. Archer let us know if 2 weeks would still allow us to give our notice to proceed in time to do the work in the summer.
Thank you, City Manager. So I think the biggest issue we would see is trying to construct that section by BHS. If it bleeds into school, we may have to consider other alternatives for construction, potentially nighttime work. It would probably result in some change orders. I don't think they'd be very extensive, but Paul, if there's anything else you'd like to add, if there's any conflicts with the funding and the timelines?
No, we will be able to meet our timelines with funding if we push this out a couple of weeks. Another concern is just making sure that we can do all the paving in the summer months. So there is a lot of paving.
Okay. Yeah, I have voiced some concern related to public outreach over the course of this project. We've been working and talking about this for a while now, and wanted to make sure that all stakeholders within the corridor were properly notified and that we had received all of their feedback. And I've been a participant of several different meetings and heard feedback firsthand. Were those participants aware of the decision tonight?
We did not notify specific citizens individually that we would be awarding this. However, it was on the agenda in a couple locations. Originally, it was a consent item, and then it was pushed to reports and then new business ultimately. We did speak directly with several constituents about their concerns, specifically regarding parking near 4th and H Street, with access to alleys and several other areas. We are planning to do some revisions to the project because of some issues that some residents brought up. But with the funding, our timeline is requiring us to move forward on awarding the contract as we do those revisions simultaneously.
Okay. One of the issues relates to service in the alley for many of the restaurants and bars. And they were concerned that delivery trucks wouldn't be able to access the alleyways from 8th Street. Have we resolved that particular issue?
We have examined the turn radius for trucks and for vehicles that are allowed to use this corridor, and we have determined that the bulb outs will not be an impact to their ability to turn into alleys or side streets along the corridor.
And parking was another concern among many business owners, but we resolved that issue as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the last thing I'll say is, we just heard from families and neighbors who have lost loved ones and neighbors in their neighborhood because of traffic and the speed. And we have over 5 collisions per month on 8th Street. So in my opinion, doing nothing is not an option. And anything that we can do to improve connectivity for residents in Oleander to downtown, the better. And so I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues, but wanted to thank staff for all their work and working with various different stakeholders and community members on this project.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, my first question was, and it wasn't clear, so the postponing it a couple weeks, you are still concerned with paving at the high school, or are you not a problem, or where are you really at on that?
So we'd have to look more closely at the construction schedule, but I feel even right now we're already kind of tight, or I'm hoping we can knock out mostly just the resurfacing. So we're not taking away a lane near the high school, so most of that work is resurfacing. So it's just making sure we can start construction, get that work done in the summer, because it will still take the contractor, a few weeks. What do you say, Paul? Usually 3 to 5 weeks at the earliest.
To mobilize, yeah.
So when you do the math, we're getting, by the time we're in construction, we'll be, nearing August, and that's when school starts. So that gives me some concern. I think we could find some other ways to mitigate it if we do bleed into school. But the other point Paul made, and with this project being a year in the different phases, the more we can do before it gets cold in terms of resurfacing, the better. Otherwise, it could cause delays on the back end of the project.
Thank you. Yeah, in my mind, we've talked about this project for a long time. We've had a lot of public outreach. And it's a project that is consistent with what we want to do. It decreases, we believe it will decrease substantially collisions. Again, 5.3 collisions per month is not good. So I'm inclined to move forward, but it's not my ward, so I'm just gonna see where the drift goes.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. So you're going to do all this landscape, well, let me back up. If you guys wanted to do work in front of a school, you should have been ready to drop equipment on the last day of school. So they come with us to us with a contract for a project and expect us to rush into it. That concerns me a little bit. This is the first we've really talked about this in this forum. And so I do have some questions about this project. I agree that we need to do something about H Street because it just needs to be beautified. You talk about a bunch of landscaping that's put in here, and you showed some pretty pictures of trees and grass and all that kind of thing. But what kind of plans are intended to maintain that stuff? Because I see the way it's maintained on other streets, and I'm not impressed.
Mayor, Councilmember Coleman, we have, and I have the bid tab here, and I will just verify the length of time. We have programmed into this project a one-year maintenance for the contractor to perform that maintenance, in addition to the normal warranty, as well as working with the Parks Department. We have established the system that they are used to maintaining, as well as drought-tolerant landscaping, drought-tolerant trees, and native trees to ensure that as long as they do get established along the corridor, that they will continue to grow.
Yeah, if I may, Councilmember Coleman, just also add a little bit to that. When we created the downtown landscaping strategy or standards, it was in large part because of what you're referencing, is that we've had other areas that are much harder to maintain, and so we don't keep them up as well as we should. But changing our subterranean irrigation and changing to the appropriate types of tree pallets and lower maintenance types of ground cover and even hardscaping is consistent with that downtown street corridor plan. And this project is consistent with that as well, because we're trying to get better at putting in things that are more manageable to maintain over time.
So how's that working for us on Chester and other areas where we've done landscape improvements?
It's actually working quite well, and Chester, unfortunately, hasn't seen some of those even upgrades all the way to make it consistent with the downtown street corridor plan. But we've seen some other areas that have, and we're seeing significant savings actually in water, as well as maintenance time from city staff, and also. Again, not having trees that start to buckle concrete and start to outgrow some of our sight lines. We are seeing staff time savings, water savings, and just overall not having to do as much maintenance.
Okay, so just from my perspective, I have not heard I have constituents call me about it, but I haven't heard constituents in this forum raising their concerns or support or whatever. And so I would support delaying this a little bit so we can announce it and maybe send out notices to those people who live along H Street. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I feel like every decision Public Works has a change order built into it. You got some flexibility with contractors. I'm city council. We're just trying to get a few more weeks so we can do our diligence on a giant decision. I don't think I'm asking for too much. I'm not saying no or yes. I think it's a reasonable request. It's a shady used car tactic to try and rush someone into a big decision. You guys are taking a playbook from the auto mall. I'd probably try differently. But I would, again, say I'd like to have a few more weeks to give, in this forum, just some community input. And I'm not saying no or anything like that. I'm just like, hey, this is a big thing that was just thrust, and I'd like just a little bit more time to be responsible for my community. So that's all I will say.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh, and Councilmember Arias now.
Thanks, Mayor. Two things. One, we have made a lot of progress to Public Works' credit on traffic improvement projects and traffic calming projects throughout the city of Bakersfield. What I'm a little frustrated about is that I have not seen any data on any of those projects on how we have made improvements to the safety along those corridors. So my question is, do we have that data yet? And if not, how soon can we expect that to come back to council?
So I don't have the data with me, but we can come back to council, and I think we've looked into doing some of the follow-up on Union Avenue. Some of that is in coordination with Caltrans. So I think we may have looked into some things there. With some of the other road projects, we'd have to take a look at that, but we could come back.
I think that would be great, and I think that if I'm not mistaken, that may be some of the source of frustration that we hear from community members is we have not made this case with real localized data that these improvements are making a meaningful change in terms of safety for our pedestrians, for all users of different modes of transportation along these corridors. So one, I would love to see that data come back to this council as we consider additional traffic calming improvements into the future. The second thing is, two things are almost true for every single public works project. It's going to go over budget, and it's probably going to take a little bit longer than we expected. So, I suppose, what level of confidence do we really have that we're going to finish, even if we approve today, that we're going to finish before school starts? And so I think that, I agree with Councilmember Bashir Tash that this is a very, very large project in a major corridor throughout the city of Bakersfield, in the heart of the city. I think it deserves another 2 weeks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Okay, well, Councilmember Smith deferred to me since it is in my ward, and I do think that it's wise for us to hear from some of the folks that have contacted Councilmember Bashir Tash. I'm interested, given the fact that I try to be very diligent in contacting as many folks as possible and all the different stakeholders and business owners in my ward and hearing from them. And so I would like to hear from those folks who are contacting him before we make this decision. And I think 2 weeks, I think we can afford that. So I think there's a motion. Perfect.
I don't see any other requests to speak. You have a motion. Please cast your votes. Are we back up running, City Attorney? Councilmember.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council and mayor statements.
Council Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This week, a lot of our high schoolers are graduating, including today. And I just want to wish anyone who in the room, from our staff, from our constituents who have a high schooler graduating, as well as all of our high schoolers across the city, a happy graduation. And super proud of you, especially any of our high school students that spent time at the city learning how local government works. So I want to give a shout out to my little sister who is graduating across the street at Dignity Health Arena, as well as at Ridgeview High School right now. So happy graduation, Gurleen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? I'll do a shout out to my niece who's getting her doctorate. And this weekend we commemorated Memorial Day, remembering our fallen, and we are so grateful for the sacrifices of our fallen and their families. So this evening we adjourn it in their honor, and we stand adjourned at 8:48.